Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tourism Investments, and I'm here with my good brother Kala Genesis of Kala Genesis Radio and the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we're the kings of Pan-Africanism with a vision towards nationhood. Greetings, my good brother Kala Genesis. How you doing today? You ready to rock and roll?
Well, glad to be back. Glad to be back.
Yes, family, we are back. You know, we always got to take these breaks because we got real business to do. And just got back from Tanzania, and that's our Tanzania T-shirt in the back. So while we're on the road traveling to Africa, making moves, we're not trying to upload or do a bunch of videos or live streams. We're there just handling business. So yes, brother, back in effect. Finished one journey and ready to go on another one. So that's the end of Tanzania. Now we're on the way to South Africa in a few weeks.
Yeah, we all pray for your successful tour. We know it's going to be successful. The bomb, big connections going to be made down there. You know, I know it. And this movement is only growing. And so, folks, either join us or get crushed or get out of the way. You know, get out of the way or you just get crushed because we're coming in full force and everything. This is destiny. And you can't tamper with destiny, you know? This was meant to happen. So timing in history, Bomani and I linked up, and the energy from the College Genesis, Bomani, Tyehimba, and all the other people has joining us in this great movement. Right now, what's going on the continent, what's going on in the Black world is like what they said, is 80% dissatisfaction. Something has to change. Something has to move. We're going through too many things right now. We see the fall of Puff Daddy and P. Diddy and everything. The whole world is crushed down. All your idols and everybody that you were basically worshiping, you thought you can get by, you thought you can give you salvation, is gone. You know, what left is there? The only thing left there is we have to basically be a nation of our own. The Democratic Party not going to do it for you. The Republican Party, Donald Trump, is not going to do it for you. The only thing that's going to do this is we have to have a serious conversation or move towards nationhood and nation building and building our ancestral homeland. That's what I want to start with, but that's not the topic of tonight's show. No, I might give Mike a chance to talk about his tour, his upcoming tours and everything. And then I'm going to lay it down to you tonight because tonight's topic is about the enemy within, the African Bougie elite, okay? I've been holding off on this topic for a long time, okay? So I didn't know how to basically break this down. I don't think people would understand this and everything because we have a romanticized version of African history, and we have to get out of the romanticized version of African history to just basically lay it on the line, right? Why are certain things happening, right? That's not in our favor, you know? Why do the Europeans, Arabs, Lebanese have so much power and influence on the continent, right? Why is it that, like I'm going to I was playing tonight, Pan-Africanism takes a backseat to the British Commonwealth of Nations, the French Union, wherever these Royal Crown, all this stuff like this, these ties that's still affecting the continent, and these old ties that go back hundreds of years and everything, it's deeper than what you think it is. And so we're going to talk about that. Who benefits from this stuff, right? That the tribalism, these so-called kingdoms that we still propped up and everything like that in the modern era and everything, and all this stuff like this is going on and everything. I'm going to tell you who the enemy is, okay? And the bottom line is this: once we expose this tonight or not, you know, a lot of panties going to drop, you know, because I'm going completely in tonight. If you are in the scorched earth, then so be it. You get burned, so be it. But tonight we have to tell the truth, right? Who the enemy within is. And so if you can't deal with the enemy without until you deal with the enemy within. And I want to be fair about this because people basically go around calling people fake Pan-Africans. I don't do that. You know, everybody has, like I said, there's not one way of doing Pan-Africanism. There's Kyle's way, there's Bomani's way, there's this person's way, this other. That's not it. We all have disagreements. We may not like each other. We may not like each other's approach. That don't mean this person's a fake Pan-Africanist, right? But at the core, if you really still believe that your tribe, your ethnicity, and all this stuff like this trumps the freedom of the entire Black race and everything, and you are willing to work with outsiders and everything to suppress the rest of us and stop the Black diaspora from getting land. I'm going to talk about that too. Who's stopping us from really getting what's ours on the African continent, right? So let's get into it. Go ahead, Bomani.
Yes, Scholar Genesis, live and direct. Yes, Scholar, you are setting it off. So family, before I share our details on our website, africaforafricans.org, I'm going to share one of my short films to give an introduction, especially for those who are not familiar with what we do. And this will take you back with a combination of taking you back to history and to the vision that we built over the period of time. All right, so here it is.
Have you ever pondered what it would be like to invest in the heart of the world, Africa? Today, we delve into the journey of a man who dared to dream, dared to venture, and dared to invest in the vast and vibrant continent. Meet Bomani Tyehimba, the driving force behind Africa for the Africans Tours and Investments. Picture this: a young boy born in Kingston, Jamaica, and raised in the bustling boroughs of New York City. Despite the concrete jungle, Bomani was always drawn to the rich heritage of his ancestors, the pulsating rhythm of Africa. His curiosity sparked a passion that would lead him to establish Africa for the Africans Tours and Investments. Bomani's journey wasn't a straight path, nor was it an easy one. He faced numerous challenges, both personal and professional. Yet, his unwavering resolve and staunch belief in the potential of Africa saw him through. He understood that Africa was not just a destination. It was an opportunity, a chance to build, grow, and contribute to the continent's ever-evolving narrative. Africa for the Africans Tours and Investments was born out of Bomani's desire to bridge the gap between Africa and the African diaspora. He wanted to create a platform that would enable people of African descent to explore their roots, understand their heritage, and most importantly, invest in their ancestral land. Through his organization, Bomani has been able to facilitate a variety of investment opportunities in Africa. From real estate to agriculture, from technology to tourism, Bomani has strived to showcase the vast potential that lies within the continent. He believes in the power of investment, not just as a means to generate wealth, but as a tool for sustainable development and economic empowerment. Bomani's work transcends the realm of business. He is a cultural ambassador, a bridge between continents, a beacon of hope for those seeking to reconnect with their roots. His tours are not just about sightseeing, they are journeys of discovery, of understanding, of connection. So what can we glean from Bomani Tyehimba's journey? First, passion is a powerful driver. It was Bomani's passion for Africa that led him to establish his organization. Second, investment is not just about money. It's about contributing to the growth and development of a community, a country, a continent. And lastly, connecting with one's roots can be a transformative experience, one that can inspire, empower, and ignite a sense of belonging. In the end, Bomani Tyehimba's story is a testament to the power of passion, perseverance, and purpose. It's a story about dreaming big, taking risks, and making a difference. It's a story that reminds us that investing in Africa is not just about financial gain. It's about cultural enrichment, economic empowerment, and sustainable development. To sum up, Bomani Tyehimba's journey is a shining example of how one man's passion can create a ripple effect, impacting not just his life, but the lives of countless others. Through Africa for the Africans Tours and Investments, Bomani has been able to connect people with their roots, facilitate investment opportunities, and contribute to the growth and development of Africa.
Yes, family. So that is my journey introduction. And now I'm going to connect you with our website. I always want to make sure that everyone is clear as far as when you're looking to travel, connect with us. All of our details is on our website at Africa for the Africans.org. And once you get to our website, you see this big, beautiful banner. There's an MP3 player on the left, and that gives you some nice, beautiful music. You can play it, you can pause it, and then the slideshow in the middle is this 17 years of this beautiful photos, and that's giving you group energy and this energy of just photos from all over the places that we've been. So I definitely want to make sure that those who are looking for authentic, real, live, beautiful experience in Africa, reach out to us. There's many people out there that have tried to copy, tried to do what we do, but this is almost 2 decades in the making, and the goal is always to put more time into this, making it a fruitful journey to where when you come, you just go with the flow and enjoy an incredible journey. We have organized tour books, t-shirts, pens, bags, full staff, crew, and just have a whole access of just what we can create on a beautiful itinerary. If anyone just want to have their whole family reunion and they want to just connect to where we take them to a different country and just lay out a schedule and put something together well organized for them. All those are things that we've done over the period of time. And what I want to show you is a showcase of this 32 journeys that we have taken across 17 years, 9 different countries. 8 of those are in Africa, and that's 8 out of the 10 that I've been to an African continent, and then 1 outside of Africa, which is Brazil. But these are African roots and culture journey to give you just an incredible experience. The goal when you travel is to make sure that you enjoy the country, you get a good feel of your getaway, and so what we do is balance that out. So it is all documented and just laid out on all the different social pages to where you can check it out and then just get a vibrant feel for it. So once you're on the website, you scroll down and what you'll see to the left is Black Star Pan-African Community. So this is the future community enterprise that we're building, and that's for our headquarters, and that's for our repatriation movement, and that's for our incredible investment in ourselves to where we can live in a self-sufficient town community where we have all aspects of life that we need, and we can have some level of ownership and be able to just put ourselves in a better position and have a nice future foundation as a town for generations to come. So once you click on the link, a lot of information on there, and then you have access to all the pictures and videos and just all information as far as seeing the growth of our town and community. So once we scroll down, you see all the tour dates. You can also see the same thing on the left side of the page on the main menu, all of the tour schedules. And then along with the tour schedules, you'll see digital tour books that we have. And that is the program guide for all of the tours. So all the tours that you see on here, there's previous tour program guide, digital tour books you can download. And these things give you this full clarity of what we do on the tour. And then the more vivid feel is all the videos on YouTube and different pages where you see us along with our group members in the country and see what we're doing. That way you can just get an idea. But there's nothing like the experience itself. So we just got back from our 4th Tanzania Roots and Culture Journey of a Lifetime this November. Another incredible journey. And you'll see the white Africa for Africans t-shirt, and I'll show you the group photos along with some of the other previous ones. And that's how we organize our energy. So when you see a group photo, you have to think about all aspects of that journey, how it came together, the people in the journey, and all the things that have to be put together to make it work for everyone to be there at that location. So once we scroll down past our Tanzania journey, then we get to our next journey, which is South Africa Roots and Culture Tour, December 24th to January 4th. So this will be our second South Africa Roots and Culture journey. And this is a combination of 5 days or 5 nights in Johannesburg and 4 nights in Cape Town. And we cover all aspects of just history, culture, and then just give you this a feel across 2 beautiful cities. So we're looking to this make that journey a journey where we can do also next December. So for those who didn't make this journey and they're interested, Once we get to the country and we shoot all the highlights and everything, we'll definitely do the same and share it with you, just like the videos that we already have up for Tanzania. So full transparency, and what you see on the schedule and the details is what we do and get completed in the country 100%. And that's what and it's not as simple as it is, but when you write certain schedules and you flow and follow your schedules, you get everything completed. So 2024, we're going to set the year off with Liberia Reconnection and Investment Journey, and this is for March 29th to April 7th. And this is a combination of Liberia along with some time in Morocco at the beginning of the journey and also at the end of the journey. So you can look at it as a two-country experience. So that would make country number 11 and 12 for us, traveling to another West African country and also another North African country outside of Egypt. So that's a great experience, and as we just continue to build on to the journey. So that Liberia journey, for those who cannot make that journey, our goal is to find the quickest dates and put the schedule back up, and we're sure once we show you all the pictures, the videos, and all those things, you're going to be excited and you're going to be ready to join us. And then the summer journey is our Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour, July 11th to the 23rd. So that is our 24th journey to Ghana, and we have a big bus waiting for everyone to take them around the country and have another incredible journey of a lifetime in Ghana, and also give you updates on our Black Star Pan-African community, where you'll be able to just journey through the town and see what we're doing as far as on the 15 acres and the 60 acres, and to see the growth of what we built from not much being on in the town to the energy that we have going to where we're going to make this an incredible repatriation town, and also just make it to where we can do an incredible amount of business and then enjoy paradise by the beach, and just really put our energy into this creating a Pan-African town. And as we scroll towards the end of the year, in November, we're in Egypt, and that's our roots and culture journey, November 21st to December 2nd. So this will be my second time in Egypt, and it's our first time creating an incredible journey for a lifetime. So looking forward to creating those two new tour books for Liberia and Egypt. So we just keep the documentation going and keep the energy going. And for those who may not make this journey, our goal is also just to put back out another schedule in Egypt, maybe the year after or so. But the goal is to just showcase more of the new countries that we have, and just see where the energy goes. And then we're going to close out the year in South Africa, December 24th to January 4th. And that's our schedule for all of 2024. And then only schedule I have so far up for 2025 is Senegal and Gambia, and that's April 1st to 11th, 2025. So that's what we have at this moment, and that covers 7 different incredible countries around the African continent. And once you scroll to these are details, you'll see the information for our next conference call, December 10th. So that's the link, that's the details. And then scroll down some more, you see all of our social links. And this way you see all the action as far as pictures, videos, presentations, and so on. And this is our last set of our group journeys. So right there, you see the big 32. That's 32 group journeys in the last 17 years. And that is us in Tanzania on our Roots and Culture Journey, November 2023 at the Cultural Heritage Center in Arusha. And a few months back, we're there for our Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour. And we're there at the Black Star Square. And that's May 2023. And then we set off this year earlier in Senegal and Gambia. And here we are at Gorée Island. And you see all of our colorful tour t-shirts. And then the scroll down is the same thing. So these are 5 different incredible tour t-shirts over the last basically a year, from November 2022 to November 2023. So that's the kind of program that we have, where we just organize things and we just take these journeys. And as you can see, smiling, happy faces. And you scroll down and you'll see all of the historical journeys all the way down to 2006. So you can take your time and scroll down, and then you see us, big groups, small groups, and these are all journeys that I've organized, led, and push out the best elements of energy and just document all of it and share it across the network, and just put more energy out to get more and more people interested in this, making that connection to Africa and building it, towards the world or the vision of investment. So as we travel across Africa, we see many different groups of people, nations of people, and for the most part, they're there enterprising and enjoying Africa. So while we're enjoying Africa, we also want to think about enterprising and building a future and being, connecting with our own brothers and sisters, so we can compete with everyone else and not just be everyone's consumer. So that's been the journey of a lifetime, family, as the journey continues and continues. So that's the feature link right there for Liberia Reconnection Investment Journey. So definitely want to see more people join us there as we create another energy for repatriation and create more opportunities of living and doing business in Africa beyond the great foundation that we're built in Ghana. So yes, family, so let me get back to our regular scheduled program. And the links are down below, and website details is all below. For those who are interested in anything we do, all you got to do is visit our website, reach out to me, we'll talk about it, go through details and get you prepared. So yes, my brother, College Genesis. So that's the information. And then I'm sure you're ready and excited for Liberia. All those place for an incredible historical Liberia journey for a lifetime.
Yeah, I want to say just one thing about Liberia, and it's different than every part. I have no disrespect to any country in Africa, no disrespect to our history. But this is the one place where our ancestors, we don't talk about enough the long history of the African return to Africa. It's probably as long as the transatlantic slave trade existed. There were Africans that were returning to the continent, not just in Liberia, but Sierra Leone, Ghana, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria, the French Congo, and all places like that. So, and not only that, there's a whole history of the African diaspora from the slave descendants going to places like Panama, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Haiti, Mexico, Russia, France, South Africa. The significance, people don't understand something. When you see the modern South Africa, Black South Africa, the first communities in South Africa were African-American communities from the African Methodist Episcopal Church. So what I'm saying is Liberia is a celebration of the return. The return, and it was the ultimate return, because out of Liberia became a republic. And we Black people, you cannot tell me that you care about Black civilization, right? And you're dismissive of the fact that 200 years ago, our ancestors, despite all the odds, were able to establish an independent republic on the continent of Africa, right? That got recognition by countries that thought that all people of men of color ought to be in chains or in bondage. How did this one little tiny Black republic declare itself an independent republic and get recognition from the Queen of England, from all the European powers, Portugal, slave trading countries that saw Black people as nothing? Why? Because they basically put their foot down and established themselves on earth. And they said when people saw the remarkable achievement they was able to achieve by building their own cities and have their own commerce and have their own diplomatic channels, build their own schools and all the stuff like this. They said these people are worthy of respect. Now, if the racist European powers could give our ancestors that respect to that little republic of Liberia, why can't we? We always march off every place else. You're Black African, Black America. This is that was your crowning achievement, Liberia, and a republic that still stands to this day. The fact that they had an election where George Weah, because Liberia is a country of institutions and laws that was set up, people don't understand something. The Ministry of Justice, the Justice Department, the institutions that run Liberia, despite all the civil war and everything, they were never able to destroy that. So when Liberia actually does function, you know how hard it is to topple or overthrow? It took a CIA engineered military coup in 1980 to topple the government. And that basically just came out of nowhere, unexpectedly. There's what I'm trying to say is this: the Constitution of the country allows for Black people from America to be part of this country. And there's nothing that says in the Constitution that you have to be a Liberian. All you have to do is be Black. And the only country in the world that protects Black land ownership and Black people's rights and everything, and it's a country that protects Black liberty, a space of land that said, in this land you will be free. This land you will not be subject to tyrants and kings and chiefs and all these other things that let things. People say, what's wrong with chiefs? What's wrong with kings? Well, we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about the chiefs and all these other people, right? That were entrusted by the people, right? But because let me tell you something. In any kingdom, right? You're not only responsible for your subjects, right? You're also responsible for your neighbor's subjects. The enemy that's far away is greater than the enemy that you perceive around you. In every other civilization, right? People had beefs and problems, but they knew that the enemy that's far away. Well, when ancient Persia was confronted with the Mongols, they united. When the Han, the Tibetans, all these other people saw the Mongol Empire coming, they united. But we got a bigger enemy. When Kublai Khan tried to invade the Japanese islands, all these dynamos in the Japanese islands said, look, we may hate each other, we may have battles and everything like that, but a bigger threat is that the enemy away. And for all you to get rid of the enemy out there, you have to first get rid of the enemy within. And that's what we have not done in our race. We have never dealt with the enemy within. The people that will basically warm their hands in the campfires of our enemies. The people that would drink rum with our enemies. The people that will laugh and crack jokes with our enemies. Right? The people that will befriend our enemies and let the enemies tell us who our enemies are among us. That we let them move among us. You know? Cicero once said the enemy within is the most dangerous thing. Why? Because he moves freely among you. His job is he doesn't love you. He doesn't love the race. He doesn't love the community and everything like that. And this is what we had in Africa. We had men that were out for themselves. And when you're out for yourselves, you don't think anything. And it didn't happen overnight. You don't think nothing about people say, well, how did this transatlantic slave trade happen? It happened because at first, after the natural instinct of anybody say, no, we're not going to sell you any slaves. Get out of here with that, you know? But over time, Europeans did a thing in Africa where they started marrying into, people don't want to hear this history. They started marrying into African societies. Now they're going to send their best and everything. They'll get some Joe Blow idiot, low IQ idiot that's probably retarded to marry some African woman, right? It happened with the Portuguese. They would create a buffer class of people, right? A mixed race mulatto people on the coast. They would bring them back to Europe and Christianize them. Okay? I was told this in detail about my good friend Malapupwe of Zambia. And he told me about how a lot of the Zambians, he said, a lot of stuff, he showed collar, man. Don't let these people fool you. These guys are not real Pan-Africans. These people are allied with the Scottish. I said, what are you talking about? Right? He said, he showed me he said, see that thing right there? That's not African garb. That's Scottish garb. And he said, he showed me all throughout colonial Africa, where Africans were wearing European robes and garbs and taking on the personality of Europeans gradually till they became part of Europe. And so therefore, when people feel like they're more loyal to Europe and everything, what do you think that's going to leave the vulnerable people on the coast or in Africa at the mercy? This is why the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, the Amino castles existed. Why is it? Why do we burn these things down? Because our African culture and African elite, everything were married into the European power structure. And when you have that situation, that marrying into the European power structure and everything, that establishes long ties and relationships between Africa and Europe that goes deeper than our idea of Pan-Africanism. We're coming back with a Pan-African thing because we never had any real relationship like that with the white man in America. It was all adverse. So we're going to a place where, well, the British, of the most top educated people in Africa, are educated in Cambridge, Oxford. You think that's any accident? No, because they're part of the British colonial empire. When the Queen of England died, right? Do you think any African leader had any choice whether they not to attend that funeral? No, they put all them African leaders on a coach bus and say, "You're going to attend these things." This thing is deeper. Now, I hope that what's going on in French West Africa with Ibrahim Traoré and Guinea, Burkina Faso, and all the people in Mali and Niger is a turning point. I hope so. I've been let down before, but this thing of Europeans and Africans working together, right, for African selfish interests and everything, and some Africans really think they're doing better. You know, they think they're doing better by dealing with Europeans, because what else do you have? You know, it was the Europeans that brought the Africans into the modern world. So that's why they follow Europeans in the future. Well, why not listen to the Europeans? Why not listen to them? Look at Europe and look at Africa. And many Africans, when they look on the map, when that Europe is up above them, Africa's out here. That symbolizes Europe is heaven and Africa's hell. All Africans are trying to get to Europe. What do people try in Christianity? What are we trying to get to when we die? You know, we're trying to get to heaven. You know, we got to go to a better place. In African culture right now, modern African culture, Europe is that better place. And so this is what we're talking about tonight. But I was watching this thing where I talked about this on this was one guy's channel. I guess he's an African American. You know, he's in Ghana, and his name is Sakala. You know, Sakala, like my name is Malinka Mendy. So I would assume he's not a Ghanaian. He's just an African American expat and everything. And he had the leader, some queen that was enthroned in Ghana a few years ago, a decade ago, as the head of the African Kingdoms Federation. And I said to him, I said, "Do you know who this lady really is, right?" "No, she's a queen." And I said, "Oh, really? She has horns on her head and everything like that, right? Do you know she was once married to a white man, right? Why you guys going out there, traditional African kingdoms? Do you know the traditional African Kingdoms Federation? It was nothing but an arm of the European colonialists. That Africa at one time was probably more democratic in its governments and everything prior to the Europeans coming there. That we had checks and balances and governed huge, big cities like Benin and the Ashanti Kingdom and everything. Yeah, millions of people lived in harmony and whatnot. What the hell happened? And so before Europe, the coming of Europeans, Africans solved their own problems. There was no such thing as some despot king that you had to bow to. That was not African culture. Europeans assumed when they saw the respect these African kings and chiefs had, that they were tyrants and they were autocrats and everything. But it wasn't like this. African societies were always had what we call a macy or council to balance out power in the kingdom. They knew, our ancestors knew giving power to one person was dangerous because they knew the heart of the nature of man. So we had checks and balances, different councils, elders councils, everything, craftsmen's councils. Everybody basically had to say so and what went on in the affairs of things, how to resolve disputes between neighboring tribes and everything like that. So West Africa was once a very peaceful place on the planet until the coming of the Europeans, until those dreaded slave castles that still exist on the coast of Africa, which is a mockery to our ancestors. And some people say, "Oh yeah, I like seeing the slave castles." What for? I mean, like I said, we could argue that back and forth, whatnot. I'm gonna say it's a mindset because you don't know what Africa was before those slave castles were put there. And how can you get back to that mindset when you keep dwelling on that and whatnot and saying the enemy is the Europeans and the relationship between Africa and Europe and everything, and the slave castle is the ultimate reminder of what our ancestors went through. They should be like museums that people look at, and that's it. They should not be tourist attractions. There's nothing basically good about looking at something like that if you're not trying to do a redemption. Because the people that basically were involved in this transatlantic slave trade on both sides and whatnot have never, ever repented or been held accountable for what happened. And the Europeans go there. There's a video I sent Bomani where this guy was in a slave castle in Amina, a white guy, and he's freaking sitting there making black women booty clap in a freaking slave castle as a mockery to the ancestors. So it's time enough to stop playing games. If we're going to do this thing, this Pan-African thing and whatnot, we're going to redeem our ancestors. We got to do it right. And this is why the movements are going the way it is, because something that's deep in our soul telling us something's not right. When we got white people going there, booty clapping and disrespecting and dancing and celebratory and all stuff like that, and the ancestors, where our ancestors were dragged from, and there's no repercussions. This is insane. So back to what I'm talking about, Liberia. This was a place where our ancestors said, we had enough. We're going to build a nation that when white people come here, we're going to say, they say Liberia is a white man's grave. You're damn right it's a white man's grave. Because you don't have no sway, no power here. There are no slave castles like this. All you see is a black country that was built by black people for black people. Africa for the Africans, an embodiment of it. And that has to be the first country that we embrace and everything. And all these other countries, we have to fix from that vantage point. But I tell people all the time, I said, look, the long relationship between Europe and Africa is deeper than most of you think it is. Perfect example. We're gonna have a show tonight, bro. I'm gonna go in on some people tonight, folks. Don't mind me, whatnot. I've been away from this show for a while, and so if excuse my anger, I don't mean to keep losing my temper, but you got the recently departed King Goodwill of South Africa. One of his last words were, "I wish the Boers were in power." Now, this is a so-called Zulu king. Now, let's take it back a little bit, right? King, what's his name? Forgot the guy's king. The one that said, "Don't let a white man get my body" and whatnot, when he was fighting the British and everything. They put up, the Zulus put up very fierce battles against the British, right? But one thing that historians will always tell you, had Shaka Zulu actually confronted the British in war, South Africa would be a different country to this day. You see, the same treachery, right, for the white man that they killed Shaka with, right, and banished his mother, right, the same treacherous forces, right, tried that on the white man in the Battle of Blood River against the Afrikaners. The Boers. And so when they invited the Boers in and everything, they killed them, slaughtered them, whatever like that, the Boers went in there and sought revenge. And then that massacre of Blood River, right, of the Boers and the Zulus, seeing so many people die in the river running through blood, when that broke the spirit of the Zulus. It was their own treachery that brought them down. Now, which we'll call you say, well, why does this happen, Carl? Why is that? Because why is the Zulu so praised? Because the Europeans found that although they beat the Zulus and everything, although the Zulus of Shaka's time and the Zulus they defeated were two completely different things. They found the Zulus to be useful. Useful in what, Carl? What you say? Useful in the fact that they could use them against other black people. they can use them against each other. For example, the first Zulu, there was a Zulu doctor, right, who got educated. I think he came to America, and he was with the African Methodist Episcopal Church. I think he studied in America in a black college and everything. It was in the late 1800s, right? And he was like one of the founders of the Pan-Africanist Congress, right? Now, he had radical ideas about race and stuff like this because he was educated. He saw things from a Pan-African black nationalist point of view. Okay? You know what the white man did? The white man said, don't listen to him. He's a white man. Look at his suit and tie on. And so he began to press upon, they began to use culture and popular culture to discredit somebody that can lead them to liberation. The white man told them, no, man, you don't need to learn education. You don't need to learn how to read. Like this, he's basically doing the things of us. He's not a real Zulu no more because he has education and everything. And he wears a suit and tie and everything. And this guy was a radical black nationalist Pan-Africanist. So if you think you're black Pan-Africanist and all this stuff like that's going to stand up and whatnot against this white supremacy stuff without knowing what you're talking about, you are a freaking fool. People will always take the low road. Why do you think people in Black America are gangbanging, right? Instead of joining black revolutionaries? Because a white man sets the tone about what's cool and what's not cool. The white man tells us we're a bunch of bookworms and blah, 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 and we're a bunch of weirdos and everything like that. And the dude, the dope boy and the thug and everybody else gangbang, that's what's cool. That's who's people are following. It's the same thing that goes on the continent. They prop up the tribalists and the people that doing all this nonsense and everything. And basically the righteous dude, the dude that want to do right, the Pan-African dude seemed like, oh, y'all out there with that. Oh, wow. Same thing happened to Zulus. And so I use this to say, look, if they did that to them in Africa on their own side, I said, now I'm seeing how this works. Anytime a black man is educated, right? They either do two things. They try to get you into their fold, do their bidding. Or if you one of the type of black men that don't want to roll with them, they marginalize you. They tear you down to your own people. They make you out to be nerds and weirdos and stuff like that. I've seen it in several movies. Where the conscious dude was always seemed like was always belittled and everything like that, right? And the other guys, cool. They know what they're doing. And so I look at the situation in Zulu is the Pan-Africanist Congress was founded by African Americans from America, Bishop Henry McNeill Turner, and several African Americans who worked for the Anglo-American Corporation. They settled and built communities in places like Johannesburg. People don't know Sophia Town and all stuff like this, where the Soweto Gospel Choir, where that come from? That comes from us. The connection between Black America and South Africa goes way back. Way back for 150, 160 years. So the Black people in South Africa saw that these people were Black, right, like them, but they basically had all the sophistication and stuff like that of the white community. Their community was equal as the white community right there. So it told the Black community, you could come into the modern world and everything like that and do this stuff like that and still be Black. Because before that happened, right, in South Africa, right, if you basically wore clothes, you were no longer a Zulu, you was no longer a Xhosa. You were ostracized for being part of the white man's culture. And that's how the white man keeps you backwards. You don't want to study science. You leave all the stuff like that, the infrastructure and the way to run the world, the banking and everything to him. And this is how, for the most part, this is how they took over South Africa. This is how a minority could take over majority. If you leave all the decision making to the minority and everything like that, and you want to be just with a spear and ceremony and everything like that, you're going to be backwards. Same thing happened in Brazil. The black people said, black people are doctor? Oh, no. We like the Yoruba culture. They do all this stuff like that. All the stuff like that in Brazil is all African, right? But when it comes down to the building of the country and the running of the country, the thinking and everything, a black man's mind is not inferior to the white man's mind. But when you see on TV who's making the decisions about the society, the person's always coming across as somebody white or European looking. But here at Black America, in our world, is different. The reason why people hate us so much, right? And we're the most hated black people on the planet is because we've always asserted ourselves in world affairs and gave our opinions and produced some of the best minds that say, you ain't gonna friggin', if the white man has his bluff, the world war, no, you are not gonna have the world walk away with the whole planet and without a fight. Not on my watch. Now, I can't do, like the Bible says, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? I can't do nothing about America. I can't do nothing about Europe. But you're not going to walk away with my ancestral homeland without war, without blood, without a fight. That's not going to happen. And the decisions that go on the continent, right? I have every right as a person of Black African descent to talk about anything that goes on that continent or anywhere in the Black world. And it's nothing to sit back and letting shit happen and whatnot and not say anything. We need more Black men to stand up and start speaking. You know, I give a shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson, you know, because he's one that when I watch his show and whatnot, he's right there. He's on point. You know, I don't know if he listens to me because I told him, look, we got an interest in Africa. You know, so, bro, so don't be afraid to freaking say what you have to say on your mind. That's right. Don't let these freaking people on the continent, these African bougie elite, tell you, oh, well, no, they don't have any. I've learned over the time, right? When I start talking to the average African one, I got more in common with them than these stupid Negropeans and these African bougie elite that run the continent. We're going to talk about them. They always step up. Oh, I'm a graduate of Cambridge and Oxford and blah, 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 blah. But how the hell do you know what's going on? So basically, they think that Africa, the continent of Africa, belongs to them. And who does that? You know, their connections with the Europeans. That's all it is. You know, that's where Samori McCall said that years ago, the great Pan-African Black revolutionary leader from Mozambique, Aluna Continua, the cause of the people, the struggle continues. He said, people don't fight for the vague and abstract. They want something real and concrete and everything like that. Infrastructure, building, and schools and wealth, everything is a concrete. Ideology is the vague and abstract. He taught that he goes to different Pan-African meetings or just with Africans, and Africans judge themselves by who's they colonized. The English colonies think they're superior to the French colonies. The French colonies, people think that they're superior to the Portuguese colonies and everything. He says, we in Mozambique, we got colonized by the most backward country in Europe. You know, so we had nothing to pride ourselves on but ourselves. That's Samori McCall, somebody you guys need to look up. You know, these are real Black revolutionaries that fought the enemies, that fought the enemies of Africa, that fought the enemies of Black people and everything like that. You know, Amilcar Cabral of Guinea-Bissau. You know, learn who these great men were or who these African warriors were, these people that are warriors that did the thing, not these freaking stupid Negropeans that get up here and just give us a bunch of lip service and talk about a bunch of stuff. Now, I want to segue into this. You know, Julius Malema. People ask me, what do you think about Julius? Look, the bottom line is about Brother Malema, right? I mean, if you like a sideshow and entertainment and stuff like that, yeah, he's a perfect person. But nobody on the African continent is taking Julius Malema seriously. And the sad part about it is this. When people get up there, oh, I rock with Julius Malema. For what? Do you understand the implications of what you're talking about? The people in South Africa are not feeling them. You don't just be in a slumber and sleep and be with your Negropeans and have the white people run your infrastructure and everything and just wake up and say, man, I'm tired of white people. Yeah. What were you doing for the last 400 years? While he was building the railways and he was building this and building all the international connections. It's been next year in April, will be 30 years since the ANC took power. Are the black South Africans, did they build any 30 years? How long does it take you to build black African infrastructure?
Oh, wow, bro. You're right, man. It is 30 years.
30 years.
1994.
1994.
Nelson Mandela, remember that?
Yeah, 30 friggin' years. And now he wants to pop up all, no, it don't work like that, bro. 30 years and you did not build the black Africa. You have not integrated black South Africa with friggin' the black surrounding areas. Mozambique up and coming, whatnot. But instead of you building with Mozambique, Zambia, and all these countries, and you black people in the southern region of Africa getting together and forming corporations and infrastructure, you have the power. You have the government. Nothing stopping you. But you want to scapegoat with the Europeans, the white and everything. This is what I'm talking about, the African Bougie elite. They want us to be stupid enough while they live the good life, you know, the graft and all the perks that go along with it and everything like that, right? We're supposed to just sit back and be like, yeah, man, the white people, this. While they know for a fact of the matter is, if it wasn't for the whites, the Indians, and all these other people like that, Southern Africa would be shit because black people have not built the networks and the infrastructure in Southern Africa. And there's no freaking excuse because they had 30 freaking years. That's a generation and a half, isn't it, Bomani? 30 years? 30 years have gone by. You have black people from America saying, we can help y'all build that. And they basically go in one ear and out the other. What they could have built in Southern Africa in the last 30 years could have changed all of us. Do you know South Africa used to basically produce half the continent's electricity? Back in the 70s, half the continent's electricity was shared with South Africa. Now South Africa has brownouts and rolling blackouts. But the African Bougie elite, whatnot, they don't want to hear all that. All they want to hear is how we got these problems and the Europeans and the scapegoat. Look, why is South Africa and these countries still part of the British Commonwealth? Why are they still part of the French Union? Why is all this stuff like this? Why have they not nationalized some of these industries that you complain about? They're robbing our raw materials. Are they coming in the still of night to rob the raw materials? We're getting robbed. They tell you that because they have this idea. I'm Black America. I'm educated in America. I'm a product of New York State education system, the best education system in the world. I was taught critical thinking when I was in high school and college. You can pull something on somebody, but you can't pull that on me. Why would you basically tell us that Africa is being robbed of raw materials and all stuff like this? Have you ever thought about nationalizing the raw materials yourself, mines, and then processing the stuff and selling the stuff and going into the business yourself? No, you haven't. So basically, when people ask, why is so many people leaving the continent? Why so many people leaving? It's European, it's neo-colonial, because they know that to the low uneducated people, right, that sells. And that makes them more stronger, more powerful because we're focused on the thing. I'm not saying the white man does things, but it's not really like that the way they say it is. So we start listening to these people. Oh yeah, Dr. Arikana, making these passionate speech about the colonialism, everything like that. But yet she basically threw the black Zimbabwe's farmers under the bus by stating that the black people need to pay back the infrastructure that the white people put down. Right, that was the Lancaster Agreement. So it's easier to let the whites come back in because the black people don't have the money to pay for the infrastructure, even though the white people pay like pennies for the land, right? They put the infrastructure there. So the whites like, okay, well, we want our infrastructure money back, right? Because they can't pay it back, right? They got to give them pay the farmers back. And she went along with that. That was an unfair deal. Another incident that happened with the black Bougie elite was a few years ago where there was striking miners in South Africa, right? These miners were striking for not to get rich, just for a decent pay. And so they took over the mines and everything like that. The police were called in. And the police were green lighted to open fire. And I think like 20 miners were killed. 20 poor African miners were killed just for asking for a better pay. Now, how to cover it up, right? They sent the friggin' black people, the black leaders of the thing. Yeah, we can't have law and order. Why is it that law and order only exists when you're in power, when it benefits you? You know, where were these people at? You know, where are the rights of these people? Now, this story of the mining massacre has been buried under the rug. I haven't heard Julius Malema talk about it. You know, I haven't heard him talk about it. I think he mentioned it briefly when it happened. So Julius Malema hasn't talked about it and everything like this. So the bottom line is this: the white companies in South Africa, right, that own these mines and everything like that, and they got black partners. Let's make no question about it. Wherever you see anything go on in Africa, right, somebody black got their hand out. Somebody is getting that envelope stuffed in their thing. Somebody's getting a couple of zeros put in their bank account. Let me give you another scenario, right? Give you another scenario about people keep telling me this nonsense about, oh, Nigerians are doing so well. No, they're not. You know, all you to what we call the African call a facilitator. Now, the African facilitator is dangerous. You know why? Because all he does is facilitate the same corruption and exploitation that went on when the Europeans were first grabbing ivory, gold, and human beings off the coast. So all they do is facilitate the looting of the continent. Now, they may have laptops and cell phones, everything like that, but what you don't see is the facilitation of building black global infrastructure. But you're not going to hear conversation like this on any other channel. You're not going to hear anybody else talk like this. The only person that brings it to you like this is College Genesis. And that's the truth. We have facilitators that facilitate the looting. And when it's all said and done, yeah, you might have some Nigerian millionaires. Yeah, they may be flossing out. They may be like this, like that. But when you look at Nigeria right here, it has not changed in decades. You wonder why the Royal Dutch company and the Royal Shell and all BP basically owns Nigeria. You would dare Nigeria to nationalize those things because they can't. Nigeria is still a property, a protectorate of the British Empire. And that is the friggin' truth. They dare not, you tell them, oh, just why do you need them for? Take over the oil industry. Do like Qatar. You could do like Venezuela and stuff like that. Take over. Man, they'll look at you like, no, can't do that when that. But they got so much to say about us Akatas over here, what we're not doing in America. Let's just have you know something, folks, in the spirit of brotherhood and everything like that. Sometimes I know when I used to do club security and everything like that, sometimes brothers get together and sometimes you got to knuck it up. Sometimes, man, you got to put fist to cuffs and fist to face and everything like that to get shit done. Sometimes you got to have these fights to clear out bad blood and everything like this. Sometimes you got to lay it on the line and tell it like it is. And that's the problem. We don't want to do that. So we have a fake world where people are getting rich and everything like that. And also people, my Nigerian people tell me, Kala, we're really suffering over here. We don't know what to do. We might even have food shortages. But yet everybody told, oh, Nigeria is the greatest country. Oh, Nigeria is so great and everything. You got food and famine and whatnot, and people in Nigeria facing hunger and stuff like this. And those are my people, despite everything. But we basically have bought into this African vanity, Afro chic people, the African bougie people right now. They're so chic and so vain. As long as they get to go to Europe and pal around white people, and white people basically they get validation from white people. Oh yeah, y'all Nigerians are really cool, man. Nigerians are taking over the world. They're so smart and everything like that. As long as you get a pat on the head from the white man or not, you think you're doing something. You know? Somali against Pan-Africanism. What's his now Somali against Pan-Africanism hates my guts. Oh man. I thought he was cool. Calls a 23andMe African. No. I'm African by blood. That's why we're trying to change this whole thing. Africa means race, you know. I'm part of the black race, you know, and that's what it is. You know, I don't give a damn about these borders and all this stuff like this that were created by Europeans. You know. Now he's gonna say shout the collar. Now he's my friend again. Y'all Negroes, man, kill me. Bottom line is this: it's so sad. Not only the Europeans have a stake, whatever minds they have, Africans too scared to take it over, right? Africans are too scared to even redraw borders of their countries. Like Greater Somaliland should just go to Greater Somaliland. Kenya should give that land back or whatnot, but they're too scared because those are borders drawn up by Europeans. The Berlin Conference of 1884, people don't understand something, was to prevent the black people from the West from returning to Africa. And that's what that was all about. Because what was a rush to scramble for? What was the scramble for? The scramble, well, there was no other power. Was somebody from Central America trying to get into Africa? No. Was it people from Japan trying to get into Africa? No. Was the Arab world had the means to go to colonize Africa? No.
European powers are just literally just competing along the same lines, and they literally just figured out to cut back bloodshed from themselves, and
and also to prevent the fact of the matter is that black people from the West have any sort of claims or link between black people in the West and people other countries like popping up like, oh, we want to be another Liberia, we want to be a republic. So they basically come in there and intercept that and say, you're part of now the British Empire, or you're a British protectorate. What are they being protected from, you know? So Liberia beat them to the punch by declaring itself a republic decades before that. And same thing with Ethiopia. Ethiopia was never colonized. Same thing that happened with Thailand, you know? People don't understand, Thailand was never colonized either. And how it happened? Why? Because those Thai kings rejected the British and the French allegiance, you know. It's colonization usually starts when the royals of each country, the British and everybody, start intermarrying. They start partying together, having sex together, and all stuff like this. And next thing you know, you're part of the British Empire. You're part of the Portuguese family of countries. Next thing you're part of the French, and you're part of this country right here. How? Because somebody they'll send the white man will send their women to sleep with you. They'll send their white women to sleep with you, to beguile you, to bring they'll bring your kids in there they'll take your kids to educate them and brainwash them into their culture and everything like this. And next thing you know, whatnot, you know, same thing happened with the Romans. The Romans would kidnap people, right? And in the Rhineland, there was a story about the Roman during the time of the Pax Romana, where these young men that were massacred by the Romans, right? They were taken by the Romans as babies, right? And they were raised as Roman soldiers. And they basically were doing all the things Roman, everything like that. They became soldiers and everything like that. And then one time when they went to go visit their homeland, right, on a military campaign, the story about what happened came out. And then what happened was, during that campaign, two of the people defected after being raised as a Roman as a baby, right? Something in them that said, no, we're from the Rhineland, Rhine people, right? And we want to basically revenge on our ancestors. Well, Rome did so much for us. And then one guy said, I'm a Roman. I'm sorry. I won't reveal what we did here and whatnot, but I'm going to go back. I'm a Roman. You know, I'm a praetor. I'm a whatever like that in Roman. And some people said, no, I'm going to fight with things. And that they actually broke the Roman advance, you know, and that's what broke the Roman advance and during the Pax Romana and during the time of Augustus Caesar. And so I'm saying to myself, same thing. You know, you could take somebody and raise their kids, brainwash them and everything like that. But something in you has to come out and say, no. Like America. America raised me. America gave me everything. You know, I'm a successful businessman in America. But something inside me says, I want a nation of my own. Something that burns inside my soul says that. If you don't have that, I'm sorry, you ain't a real black man, you know? You know? Long time. It's only been a week. Okay, Amani Bay, brother. It's only been a week, bro. You know, we've only been gone, what, 2 weeks, Bomani, right? Damn, man.
Yeah.
It's only been 2 weeks. You know, so yeah, so it's this. So you want to play that video?
Yes, so this is your videos. You're talking about the enemy within.
And this is like I'm gonna say this. I have nothing against Brandon and Dynasty, but these things need to be talked about. You know how in this movement, right? We have to be better stewards of business, and we have to be better stewards of each other's name and reputation. You know, and this is just Alexis Fowler, and the reason why we're playing is because I'm absolutely really shocked. I'm literally shocked because she is Dinah Samir's biggest supporters, advertising on this channel and everything like this. You know, she's always been like a real sweet woman. I think she's half African American, half Ghanaian, you know, and she's a real sweet woman that advertises and real professional, you know. And I asked myself this question: if professional people are coming across these channels and this movement and everything like that, and she's just basically done with Pan-Africanism. That's sad. You know, she's done with Pan-Africanism. Now I'm saying to myself, these people that call themselves Pan-Africans, right? You got to check yourself. One thing I will never do, you can never tell, no one ever could say, I quit Pan-Africanism because I'm dealing with color. Nobody. Somebody may think I'm not Pan-African enough. Some people say, well, I got a different direction, but nobody has ever dealt with me ever say, you know something, man, this movement sucks. You know? You know? I said, who do you petition to redraw the borders? You know how you redraw the borders? You just damn redraw the borders. You know? You just damn redraw the borders. Stop going by with the borders don't serve Africans. You know, the borders only serve European interests, you know? They may have a factory on this side of the border, right? And they don't want that messed up by changing or whoever like this. That's what everything you see in Africa is based on what benefits the Europeans. Except for countries like Angola and Mozambique, because thank God those two countries were colonized by the weakest and most backward countries in Europe. You know? She said, play her video about the Africans extorting people on Dinah's tour. We don't have that video. If you got the link, play it. Send it to us, G-Star. Man, we think we got these videos in our pocket. I don't know where to find that video.
I don't either. So you can always send
man, people can't like, share, subscribe, or do super chat. But goddamn, can you at least send us a damn link? This is what we're talking about, man. If you want to be part of the pro, help us out here. You know, work with us, man. Work with me, G-Star. Work with me. You know, we need helpers. We need people that are pulling their own weight here.
And absolutely, yeah. So, Kala, this is your video you sent me, and I'm gonna play it so you can break it down.
Right.
And deception that was manipulated by Dinah Samir at Search of Uhuru, Brandon Tucker at Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, Nefertiti and Africulture Concepts, who was on Brandon's live yesterday.
All alleged.
Because you guys have agitated this private issue, turning it into a public circus, I will address it publicly accordingly. Dinah Amir called Brandon, putting a battery in his bag rather than calling me to fix issues about his business practices with his tour that are brought to his attention privately. Allegedly. Dinus is very nonchalant about customer complaints. Every tour member who complained said that he was nonchalant about their complaints, which Dinus told me he hates, lacking customer service and hospitality. But as a business owner, you should try to make the experience better for those who have issues with how you conduct your tours and business practices. I was being enthusiastic and enjoyed most of it. In my opinion, and allegedly, Dinus Amir is sold out and doesn't care for our African American community, especially women, just want our money. Dinus will never get another cent from me. He is just a salesman who fumbled into the Pan-African space when his original plan was to trick in Brazil. And we have Bougie Bear, aka Brandon at Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. You guys know how supportive I was of Brandon, and I am very surprised on how he inserted himself in a situation that has nothing to do with him. He went on his live yesterday to slander me. Prior to this live and this situation, I sent the video of the Temne family reunion that was really a money ritual to Bougie and told him I didn't want to advertise my business on his channel anymore. He got triggered, texted me 6 messages back to back while I was on the phone, then quickly deleted the text before I could fully read them and blocked me. Because of his erratic behavior, I just blocked him off my phone permanently so I don't have to deal with him anymore. Brandon was acting very paranoid, showing our DMs, doxing my number live, while laughing with Africulture Concepts, who he talked badly about to me, calling me a B, accusing me of mental issues because I didn't want to do business with him and done with Pan-Africanism. And most importantly, crying about a $10 thumbnail design, having a poverty mindset, cheap and ignorant about standard pricing in my field in the design industry. No, I didn't get citizenship from Sierra Leone or have direct ties to Sierra Leone that I know of, which I clarified multiple times in my series. No, I am not in love with Arabs, just love Morocco overall, which there's nothing wrong with. No, I never pursued Dinus. But Brandon, you definitely kept being thirsty, asking me if I like Dinus and other Pan-African YouTubers you feel insecure about and compete with on the low, telling me their financial business dealings that I don't need to know. Very dusty and feminine behavior. Let's continue. He lied about not watching my videos, which he always lied about not watching Tariq's videos and other people's videos, and purposely cut out the parts of me being aggressively begged by those individuals and chased onto the bus. No, not all Africans are this way, which I grew up in an African household and raised around a big African family. Lastly, Brandon's audience has no clue how he is behind the scenes, being manipulated to hate me to make his communications with me look a certain way, which is not true. The content he has shared with me in confidence that I will not or never share to the public is a major part of why he was triggered to show only certain parts of our DMs, because now that we're not cool and he's blocked, he's worried I'll be just like him and expose them because it wasn't all business. It was extremely inappropriate and weird that will reveal how he really is. Next, we have Africulture Concepts, who is a mutual viewer between me, Dinus, and Brandon, who is also Body Butterplug's husband, who Brandon said doesn't design good-looking websites. By what Africulture Concepts says, he sounds very ignorant and has no professional experience or knowledge in my field in the design industry, who went on his live to make false statements saying I blocked his wife, Body Butterplug, from when I do not have social media, only YouTube. When you delete your social media, it will look blank with no picture, which is identical to when a person blocks you. You got to stop assuming, hopping on lives and making false statements, and get off the lives like your wife have told you. To just assume I blocked her just show he wanted an issue or is just ignorant or uneducated. Me and his wife had already clarified that I didn't block her. Yes, it took her a long time to deliver my body butter, but I understood. It was no biggie. She was very accommodating, and I offered her a free label design that she told me to take my time on. She already said that she told her husband to stop talking so much on Brandon's chats and lives because it makes her business look bad. And I emailed her telling her husband is on his live continuing the false statements, making her business look bad. Again, Nefertiti, who is a mutual viewer between me, Dynas, and Brandon, was inserting herself, not comprehending conversations that were being said underneath my videos in the comment section, and was instigating, who instigated the slander and the manipulation that Brandon did on his live video yesterday. She is deceived and was eating anything Brandon said just to be nosy, instigating. If Brandon can turn on me, he will definitely turn on you eventually. I think it's only right for all of y'all just to leave me alone. I don't want no reconciliation. I don't want no sorries after you realize that you just been manipulated and you guys lied on me. Those specific viewers who participated in the slander are all too gullible and told what and how to think from people who have no genuine desire to connect with you. And that is why I am done with Pan-Africanism, because it's hijacked. I will support a few Pan-Africans, but in this YouTube space of Pan-Africanism, it is a joke, it is a circus, and it is a money grab. And to the Pan-Africans or business owners who's telling Brandon your financial business in dollar amounts, I would advise you to stop doing that. And also to the audiences, be very careful which Pan-African you are being influenced by. You've been warned. Let me know what your thoughts are, and if you enjoyed this video, make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Wow.
Yes, my brother. Yes, my brother. Give us a
Isn't that what a lot of people
analysis
have been expecting for the longest time? You know, what she just said, you know, that's the longest time, you know. Let me tell you something, folks, right? Let me tell you something. You don't like what I have to say, right? You're African American first. That's a first, right? If somebody does not like African Americans or culture, like Brandon does not like Black African Americans, he seems like he has secret disdain for his culture. Maybe because that's his life, that's what he grew up with. I don't know, what's his personal life and everything like that. He sees Black people as failures and everything. He's always talking about Mexicans do this, Mexicans that they got food trucks and whatnot. We look, bro. You come here to Virginia, right? We got Black people running everything from engineering companies, precision companies, trucking companies, car dealerships, some of everything, you know, banks, some of everything here. You know, you can live your whole life here and just deal with Black businesses, get everything you need done. You know, I don't know how it is in Southern California. You know, I advise people to get the fuck out of that place if that's your perception of Black America, you know? And so therefore, if everything is Black America ain't shit, Black America ain't shit, this, that, and the other thing, and you're telling people to go to some little rusty place in Lagos, Nigeria, or Sierra Leone, instead of saying Sierra Leone is a good place to vacation, boom, 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 come here, spend your money, come here with a few $1,000s. You don't have to go on my tour. Come here for a few $1,000s. We're not invest in our community that we have over here and stuff like that, and go your ass home. Get your ass back in America. Get your education. Build yourself up and be useful to the Pan-African movement, right? But you don't tell people, shame people, tell people, oh, y'all sitting in America doing nothing and whatnot and everything. That's not Pan-Africanism. You have to be strong. You have to be strong. You have to be a benefit to the African continent, right? And going forward, right? Like when the BAIO we first started, the first thing we asked people when you join the social network, right, is what do you do for a living? A lot of people don't join the BAO because these are the things. If I have conversation with you, sooner or later, I want to know what do you do. Now, if you say, look, man, Carla, you know, I had this one guy that was a friend of mine. Actually, he went with Hold Up. I still love him today, man. You know, his name was Michael Ford, right? He first got introduced to the Pan-African world because of me. Whenever he became Hold Up, and I still love some of these guys, man. He sided with Hold Up and he went with Hold Up. With that. Nowadays, Makar Ali, whatever, like that. You know, when I first met him, man, he was like living in Chicago on subsidized housing. Him and his wife and everything like that. Bigger brother, you know. He had no confidence in himself and everything. Listen to our show, man. He got into, he hooked up with my brother, African Warlord X. He started getting into science and everything like that. And he started getting into coding and everything like that. So he said, you know, I enrolled in school. A year later, man, he emailed me his certificate, man. I said, bro, that's what I'm talking about. Not that I didn't judge him because he was living in Section 8 and his wife was working, he wasn't, and everything like that. But I inspired him to do better. You know, I didn't judge him. I said, tell me, like I said, I'll accept you what you are, but just reach me halfway. Yeah, I want to do better. I want to be part of this movement. I want to be part of this. I want to like this. And what we talked about on our early shows, what do you do for a living? Same thing with Mufasa, you know. He was a young guy. When he first started listening to the College Genesis back in the days, whatnot, he was 21 years old. He said, I want to get into agriculture. So he called in. We started talking about modern mechanized agriculture. He wanted to do agricultural farming in Africa and stuff like that. And now look at him, man. He travels to the continent doing his thing and everything like that, you know. So everybody has a start place, you know. I ask people, what do you do? You know, and almost everybody that really want to be in this movement will make the improvements, right? They'll go get their education. They'll go get their degree. They'll go get their stuff like this. And this is why the BAO was so effective in attracting people like Jonathan Hill and people like that, you know, that got, you know, skills and everything. Jonathan Hill was inspired to go to school for civil engineering, you know, and Jonathan Hill is the one who introduced Bomani to us, you know. Remember that Bomani? You know, he brought Bomani. He said, you guys, as a guy, you guys got to admit this guy Bomani Tyehimba. I mean, Bomani butted heads back in the days and whatnot, you know. But you know, but when I saw Bomani and what he did, his aircraft, I said, yo, bro, this guy, man, you know, this guy is something else, man. I tell everybody, you know, we got to work with this guy, you know. I said, I saw his tours and everything like that. I said, I don't know who this guy Bomani is, but he's somebody I got to get close to, man, you know. So that's how it happens, you know. We cannot keep having movements where you got people that don't really do anything, don't really build anything and everything, leading these movements. And people have to be mindful of who you're listening to as far as these movements. You know, who is move? What are you doing? What is your expertise? Who are you to lead people? You understand something? You're dealing with people's lives. When you tell somebody to go to the African continent, right, and you don't really have anything set up or whatnot, you're setting them up for failure. And that's and you may think, oh yeah, but you know, me personally, it will weigh on my conscience, right? If I told somebody to go somewhere, even Liberia, right, and they lose everything and everything like that, I couldn't live with myself. I would never tell nobody like this. I tell people all the time, like, I go, oh, I go to Liberia. I said, whoa, slow down. Well, you were talking about Liberia. Yeah, I'm talking about for the right people. You know, some people can go to Liberia and make it work tomorrow. Most of you cannot do that. So I'm not so ran to push a movement, right, when people are not ready. You know, and and just to make myself look good and look better and say, look what I did and everything like that. I want to make sure that the person that is getting the right information and he's making the right decisions. And that's how you build a sustainable, long-lasting movement. You know, when you're being upfront with people, you're being honest with people, you're being transparent with people about what they face and everything. And my method is this. I said, I look at the Liberian Americans. They're the perfect model of what Black America could do. They have the U.S. citizenship. They use the U.S. passport to go back and forth to Liberia. They pay the fees. Liberia, they pay the fees for the visa fees and whatnot. Why? Because the visa fees, they know they're contributing to their country. So they're able to go back and forth and everything like that. They go there and they build and they come back and everything like that, you know. And maybe twice a year, they go to the continent and they invest in their properties, they invest in their businesses. They got people on the ground that they're employing. And Liberia is one of the biggest recipients of foreign remittances, you know, because there's people on the ground. I send money to Liberia. You know, I got people on my payroll that I send to Liberia, all the time, you know, people that work for me in Liberia, you know, so I'm contributing. That's what you do. You contribute. It's an investment. You know what investment is? You invest, right? And then sooner or later, what you're going to get? What? A return. You plant the seed. You know, when you plant the seed, right? you nurture it, you water it and everything like that. You give it sunlight and everything. And next thing you know, you have a harvest. But you don't just go and just be like, oh yeah, I just want to get the harvest and whatnot. You haven't planted any seeds. You haven't done your due diligence. You haven't built relationships, solid relationship with people over the ground. The connections I made with Liberia over the last 12, 13 years and whatnot, I have solid connection on the ground where almost all the important people in Liberia comes to me now. They come to me now. This is I'm privy to a lot of information. Like, okay, Colin, this is what's going on. This is what's going on and whatnot. I'm not even Liberian and whatnot, but I'm in these inner circles that in the top tier of the country. And that's not bragging to myself, just basically saying that I have what we call delayed gratification and managing expectations. When you manage expectations, you upfront with people about what it is that you're doing and how you could do it and what it's going to take. When you tell people there's a pot of gold over there, just go over there and get your passport and everything like that, and you're going to get rich tomorrow and all like that. It's like this Akon dude. Why would you listen to Akon? He's a liar, a fool, and deceiver. If every African American goes to Africa, he'd get rich tomorrow. That's a lie. I'm not going to tell you that. But if you really want to build a global pipeline and everything like that, you listen to us. It's going to take due diligence. It's going to take us networking. It's going to take us building together. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take trust. It's going to take hard work, diligence, people working together. And this is what a lot of people don't do, There's a lot of people don't do. They basically just, oh yeah, Africa and whatnot. And what's happening is this. Unfortunately, like Alexis Fowler, I just hope the sister, she's really educated and a really good person. I hope that this doesn't taint the movement. I don't think it is, but there's a lot of people that be like, okay, yeah, this might have been a movement. Don't let a couple of people that you've fallen out with taint this movement. That's the worst thing we can do. Because we watch this stuff and whatnot, and I'm saying to myself, man, sooner or later, it's gonna, people can't keep losing money and time and years and everything like that before this starts. We're trying to get something off the ground, and it's like, damn, people like, I got beat over the head by the parent. What were you doing? Well, I went here, I followed JT the bigger figure, and I lost 10. Well, who told you to listen to JT the bigger figure? Because they saw him on YouTube. They saw all these people that call themselves, yeah, JT the bigger figure is in Africa, Colin. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's fine. But he bounced out of Kenya and whatnot, and money was inappropriately thing. Everybody walked away and everything, and no one's doing anything about it and everything. There's no accountability. There's no recourse and everything. And I would tell anybody, basically, if you're going to do business on the continent, right, you have to use your position as a U.S. citizen. That's the only way you're going to do it. And I found something out recently, prior to the last time I was on here, right, that if anybody that has any business in Africa, right, you should contact your congressman from your district. Your congressman, and I didn't even know this till my lawyer told me, right? He said, your congress in your district could solve any problem you have any place in the world. If you have issue with a government or something like that on the ground, you contact your congressman, right? Your congressman will contact the embassy. That's what the law is, right? It says a U.S. citizen, I have a concern, and they will basically get to the bottom of what happened, whatever your grievance is and everything like that, and get back to you. That's what your local congressional office does. Your congressman is your link to the federal government, and the federal government to the federal institutions and diplomacy throughout the world. So if you are in Japan and you have a business interest in Japan and everything, and something happens to your business or whatever like that, and you were unfairly treated, right? You don't go directly to the embassy. You go to your congressman. Your congressman will take all your information, everything, and contact the embassy and see what happened. And by law, they have to basically follow through on the different protocols and everything like that. That's the law. And I just found that out. They said, yeah, if you have a problem with any place in the world, you contract your congressional office. Adolf says, I like a thought. Yeah, okay. You think it's not a thought? It is a big thought. It's a thought with us. I know you guys are scared of Liberia because, what gets me is this, when people hate Liberia, it ain't Liberia. Why? Because they know that's the one country in Africa, right? We'll give black people that when we say that we could build in Africa, you got no excuses. Liberia, the history of Liberia is this. Our ancestors took a lot of things from America, but the one thing that they loved about America that they took to Liberia, like probably the only thing really, is this idea of liberty. This idea of American liberty. They watched America develop in a place like Philadelphia, where they had the Liberty Bells, and this idea of liberty and people building and being free and stuff like that. So they wanted to have the same sort of society, but it's a black rule society. So the coat of arms of Liberia says the love of liberty brought us here. What does that mean? That means the idea that we're going to live free, that we don't have to live among tyrants and goons and thieves and rogue elements and everything like that, that we can have a country that protects our right to own property, our rights to worship the way we want, the right to marry what we want, the right to do what we want to do. All the things that liberty says, a freedom, liberty. Now, the difference between freedom and liberty is this. Freedom means absent of any structure or any order or anything like that. You're just free to do anything. Liberty means that we have an agreed upon society, right? But that society, I have a responsibility to. And at the same time, that society has a responsibility to protect the civil liberties of unlawful arrest, unreasonable arrest, search and seizure. All those things that basically is guaranteed in a constitution. So when you have a black country that built a constitution that allows you to have these liberties and everything, that's 99% of your problem solved. Now, I know some of you people can't defend America no more. They're like, oh man, so they want to freaking slander Liberia. But it's not going to happen, It's not going to happen, You guys are going to lose.
Yes, yes, big color. Yes, break it down. So family, this is your good brother right here. A few comments.
Yeah, okay.
And then family, that's the link to join us for the live.
If you want to join the live, what do you think about the African Bougie elite? What do you think about that? Every last single country. When you look at we got Amara on the show, my tribe, my Timber tribe, and you know who's causing all the freaking problems in Sierra Leone? The Timber tribe, my Timber tribe. It's all about this. And you ever notice something that when people talk about their tribe, it's always how they could benefit and gain. It's never anything about service or building or anything like this, right? It's always how they can. That's when you know you're dealing with a savage. And a lot of Africans are smart enough to be like, if they get you worshiping their tribe or whatever, like all this foolishness and nonsense, and I hate to say this, right? A tribe is nothing but a glorified gang. When they think about their tribe, my land, my tribe, you're no different than the Negroes talking about my corners, my hood, my projects, and everything like that. Same freaking thing. Same goddamn thing, my tribe, my it's always about how they can gain an advantage. You go to Nigeria, there's 500 different tribes and groups and whatnot. The smaller tribes with no power, whatnot, they're not bragging about their tribe. Why? Because their tribe is outnumbered and they don't have any advantage. So they don't want to like this. It's only the bigger tribes and the people who are connected. And who are they connected to? Most of the European powers, most of the British and everything like this, That's why they go around to different countries and everything like that, and they'll brag about their tribe, their kingdom, and blah, blah, blah. And they get Europeans blow smoke up their ass. Oh, yeah, that's it. It's all how they can put together a business deal and benefit. There's nothing noble or great about any of the stuff they talk about. Nothing, you know. There's nothing great and noble about this. Now, I would not like to disparage it. Now, there's a time and place for tribal identity. That means that basically, if you're going to do it in a ceremonial way, to basically honor your ancestors, there's nothing wrong with that. But when your tribe is wrapped up in your politics and your way of seeing the world, your worldview is limited by what your tribe is, your tribe, my people. You can't see the bigger picture of the world, not just Africa, but the world in general. And you're so narrow, you got a problem. Because the Europeans, just like the Europeans, they got the Africans thinking about tribes and whatnot. They didn't think about the people who look like them were hauled off on slave ships. It was all about their tribe, my family, and everything. It ain't until they get put on that slave ship that they say, you know something, we should have been working together and whatnot. I wouldn't be on the bottom of the slave ship. So the same thing happens in 2023. The Europeans manipulate Africans against each other with tribe and everything. When Europeans come at African black people, they're united. They don't care what they're Portuguese, Catholic, Protestant, whatever like that. They know their survival mechanism. No, they're white first before they're anything. You can't get no one up on Europeans and everything like that because they're like, look, we're white. Why do you think the British and the Boers were able successfully to control the blacks in South Africa? Because the black people were disunited based on their tribe. I'm a Zulu, I'm a Xhosa, I'm a Neble, I'm a Shona, whatever the fuck that is, or wherever place it is, no disrespect. But the Europeans like this, I may be a Boer, I may be a Dutch, in Portuguese, but to us on this continent, right, we're white men. Now, what happens is Europeans will pull back a little bit and start saying stuff like, oh, race don't exist and everything. Like, no, the die has been cast. You don't take 300 years of taking people of the continent and enslaving them based on race. And now you want to change the rules and talk about, let's all get along. It don't work like that. This race thing is real. And it's going to be real for the next 3,000 years. So if you think you're going to have an identity outside of being black first, you are sadly mistaken. Because the Chinese and the Asians see themselves as Asians. The Arab world is building Arabia and the Arab world based on being Arabs. Every place in the world, people are looking at race and everything and come to the conclusion that, this thing is real. Let's keep it like this. Only in Africa do you see now that people are talking about, oh, race don't exist and everything. For example, you got a girl, a South African singer named Tyler, whatever her name is, pretty South African singer, right? And she said recently that she's not black, she's colored. And people are going back and forth on race is not real. Race is real. That's the problem with the ADOS people. On one hand, they're descendants of slavery, but yet they say race is not real. So this is what I said. These people expose themselves. Race is real. There's nothing wrong with race. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being racist. We're not racist, but a racialist. Racial identity, that's the way I see the world. That's the way the world sees me. I never went down the road and said, you dumb Christian? No. You dumb New Yorker? No. I did have people yell out the window saying, you dumb fucking nigga. Don't tell me about race is not real. You're going to be dismissive of everything I went through in my life and whatnot. I was never beat up because my parents were Christians, and everything like that. I didn't get beat up because I was from New York City and born in Queens while my family's from the South. No, all they saw was I was black and that was it. So that's my reality. No, race is real. Race and ethnicity. You cannot be African American if you don't come from a bloodline. You know, a white person could live in our community and everything like that. And I know some white people are more black than some other black, but they're still not black. You know, they may be adjacent to our community. You know, they may be married into our community, but they're not one of us. You know? So let's see. You only went through it because you were Black American. Africans don't go through that. Well, G-Star, why don't you come on the show? Come on the dang show and explain to me what you're talking about. Because Africans go through it, but you know what they tell them? Africans, if you understand about Africans, they like sweeping shit under the rug. They like, just get the education, They don't basically dwell on this because they're in a foreign country. Remember when the Ukrainian thing broke out with Russia? Remember when they were basically the one video where they were basically the Ukrainian guy made the Nigerian eat a banana and make gorilla sounds? Africans aren't stupid. They know race is real. You know what I mean? Africans are killed in Russia and whatnot, you know, and stuff like that. Africans are beaten in China and everything. They know race is real. It's just that the situation in America is that we have a history dealing with this. So that's why we talk about it so much. They just feel like that's the price they have to pay to live in a foreign country. You can't speak science. It also lineage, ethnicity distinct from Africans. You know, and look, ethnicity is one thing, right? That's one thing, but it's still, though, black people in America and black people in Africa are the same race. You know, at any point in time, right? Black people in Africa and black people in America can assimilate with each other and produce the same thing. What part of that don't you understand? Now, the problem with a lot of you ADOS people, you guys really think that you're some other race besides black. You know, you think you're some other race besides black. You think that you're some admixture or some stupid shit. I asked this one, I had one client the other day, right? Old black lady, church lady, when I said, let me test your history of black culture, right? I said, do you know Watch Night? So of course I know what Watch Night is. You know, ADOS invented everything. You know so much about black history. Within 10 seconds, can you say what is Watch Night without Googling it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, you can't. The reason why you can't is because my suspect is you never grew up in a real black African American culture. You grew up around white people. If you don't know what Watch Night is, you don't know what Watch Night is. It says he's talking about genomes. You don't know what Watch Night is? Watch Night is if you don't know what Watch Night is, you're not culturally African American. You're not culturally Black American. These people want to get into this genomes all night. We talk about lineage and everything like that. You don't even know one of the basic things of Black America. Watch Night. You ask people these basic things about black history and black culture and everything, and people don't even know it, you know? So that's why I said, man, people, when you come try to debate the collagenesis, you know, you got to be your A game on, you know? Now you're giving me the vibes that you're really a white person. You don't know what Watch Night is. The old African American culture and tradition. You don't know what Watch Night is. You know, that's as African American, Black American as you can get. You know, Watch Night is also celebrated in Liberia. You know, so how can you say I never saw what? And then But you say that your ADOS invented rock and roll. Everything. We're more than that, bro. You know, we're more than basically rock and roll, soul, and jazz and all that. We have a real history here, you know, and that's why you guys are so threatened by black immigrants, because you don't know your real history. If you know your real history and whatnot, you don't threatened by black immigrants. I know that he goes, I'm an ally. So I tell you, this guy wasn't black. He never was black. People expose themselves. You know, just like you got this guy, Mike's TV that got demonetized. You heard about this guy, Mike's TV, Bomani? He's one of these ADOS FBA guys. But he basically, when he talks, he sounds like a white racist and everything like that, you know?
No, not at all.
Yeah, he sounds like a white racist and everything. And so anyway, he's some mixed guy, light-skinned mixed guy, right? And the stuff he was saying about black immigrants sound like a white racist guy, right? And the ADOS, he's like the ADOS. But this guy basically got demonetized because he was playing Dennis Sperl's stuff. And Dennis Sperl's a lawyer. He got him demonetized, right? This guy is in a homeless shelter. Big Bag Mike's TV said, oh, I'm trying to get back on my feet. He's trying to raise $3,000 from a GoFundMe and whatnot. He was living off YouTube and whatnot and got demonetized and was home, lost everything, got put on the streets. Is that pathetic? This was the top ADOS FBA guy. This is your guy, ADOS and whatnot, Mike's TV. Why don't you talk about that? You know, your guy is homeless, living in a homeless shelter. To look at all pitiful and whatnot, you know? Talking all that crap about black immigrants and all stuff like this, tethers and all stuff like that. He's homeless. Because he got a copyright strike against him on YouTube. He just went too far. Calling people tether babies and all this kind of stuff like this, you know? And John says, I don't hear about people talking about AOS. So yeah, it's just on the internet. It's just an annoying thing you see on the internet, FBA, ADOS. That's the only place you see the shit is on the internet, you know? In real life, nobody cares about that stupid shit, you know? Real black people know their culture. They know their history, know everything like that. They know where it came from, everything, so they don't care about what black immigrants are doing, you know? We got our own problems and everything like that, you know? Black immigrants in America are not hurting you or not hurting me. You know, do we check them every once in a while when they get out of pocket? Of course we do. But the bottom line is this. I'm not going to sit here and build a whole movement around people that look like me and whatnot coming to America, man, and just want a better opportunity. I will be a fake-ass Pan-Africanist if I thought like that. We're not buying a Wakanda package, though. Why don't some of you guys call in? Check the link. Call in. What are you scared I'm going to bite you? I can't bite you through the screen. Call in. Nobody's telling you about Wakanda and everything like that. We're talking about building a black world. How are we going to get up? And we wonder why. This is why I say it's easy to talk all this nonsense and everything, but black people don't want to do the unity and the buildings of Europeans and white people are unified. They may fight each other. When it comes to us, they're unified. And the part of the problem is black people don't have anything. If we had this global black infrastructure, we could boast these smart cities and these mega projects and everything like that, we would have some pride. And we had our big cities where like Hong Kong and Singapore, where people go in there, they can bank and do real estate. And they can get rich overnight and whatnot. They can do trade, software, financing, and all stuff like this. And we can do all stuff like this. You think we'd be fighting with each other? No, we'd be winning together. We're not winning together. That's why we're at each other's throats. It's a poverty mentality. When you're in poverty and whatnot, all you see is losing. And you don't want somebody else to be losers. Don't want to be the last. They don't want to be the last in line. So we're going to make sure that somebody else is losing more than me. You understand how that works? You're losing better than me. Well, we're not better. We're better than this person. We're not, you know. Even both of y'all basically ain't worth two dimes rubbed together. and y'all fighting over who's at the bottom. It's a race to the bottom. You know, and it's just annoying. It's just annoying every once in a while, you know, annoying that people basically think like this in 2022. We wonder, geez, why are we not winning? You don't want to win, you know. You want to get one up on this next guy. This next guy, I can't have him doing better than me and whatnot. You know, both of y'all said y'all working together to try to build something. You know, you want to basically, you want to basically be at each other's throats with a bunch of foolishness and nonsense. You know, that's just the way it is. Sad situation. But I want to hear what some other people have to say. You know, the topic of tonight is African Bougie Elite. What do you think about this topic? You know, and back to Julius Malema. Okay. I'm interested in a note, right? Julius Malema recently, Bomani, said that he criticized Uganda for its anti-homosexual law, right? And he said recently, should we play a video?
Just send the link to me and I'll play it.
Let's play. I guess a couple of videos I want you to play.
Let's send them to me. All good. So, family, the link is there if you want to join us before it gets too late and we shut down.
Also, the African Bougie Elite, they hate Mr. Beast. I want to send you that Mr. Beast video first. I think we might have played this already, but it's all good. We could play it again, you know? Okay, I want to play this video. I want to find this video. I sent you one from Mr. Beast. The African Bougie Elite, you know? Mr. Beast. White savior.
To all of you, my subscribers, you've been doing so well. Thank you so much. All right, we got super thanks from Ketu, his story, Sheikh Gueye, and Dr. Roland. Thank you all so much for the super. I talk about him because some
the images of children for
Just color Genesis. This is a random video I got.
Yeah, I want to see it. Play it.
Let me just clear the title. Go ahead and send your video. This yours may be more interesting.
And play them all.
Yes, Colin, that is one of your videos right there.
Okay.
All right, you want to give an introduction to this one?
This one's about the Julius Malema in Uganda. He's injecting himself all over the continent, you know. So his so-called Pan-Africanism, and to my actually shock, right? Do you know the EFF chapter in Liberia? You know, I couldn't believe what the hell I was seeing. You know, South Africa had 30 years to build an infrastructure to build. They could have easily done that overnight. Where like a 10-day summit, they could have got the top business people in the region to come together to build a Black African infrastructure, business infrastructure. They didn't do that, right? We had to talk about economic freedom. How are you going to have economic freedom if you're not building anything? So now they're basically taking that stupid message for economic freedom fighters over time. What are you going to freedom fight? You think the government is going to give people money? No, you got to build something. You got to create something. You got to sell something, you know? But now he's economic freedom fighter because that sounds good. If you got a continent where everybody's poor, now Kenyans wasn't really receiving them because Kenyans are slowly moving into the middle class. So they don't want to hear all that poverty message anymore. So Julius Malema got to take his poverty message to places like Guinea and other places like that where people are hurting. I just hope his message, like this, because what happens is if you tell people, oh yeah, your government's corrupt and the governments are struggling, right? They don't know where the money's coming from, where the capital's coming from. The last thing you need is the people thinking, every country in Africa on edge thinking that, well, the people are going to rise up because they think we're stealing all the money, And that's what the unfortunate thing of people like Julius Malema is. Well, Europeans, blah, blah, blah. Where's the money supposed to come from? And that's why we're going to play Mr. Beast, too. To make my point. Go ahead, Bomani.
Economic freedom fighters have described Uganda's new anti-homosexuality bill as a massive step backwards for Africa and a gross violation of human rights. Party leader Julius Malema will lead a march on Tuesday to Uganda's High Commission in Pretoria. For more, we're joined by EFF Member of Parliament, Yuliswa Iako. Very good evening to you. Thank you so much for your time. Now, this new bill has sent shockwaves across various parts of the world. We know that it's been described as a law that lays a basis for hatred, which really is what homophobia is. Talk to us about some of the initiative the EFF has been taking.
As you've said, basically this is it's a very gross human rights violation. At this point, we should not be a party to that, and we should always condemn it in whichever spaces that we can. EFF is anti-homophobia. It advocates for the LGBTQI+ community. And to us, this is really a step backwards. And it speaks to perhaps a lack of understanding, a lack of knowledge from African leaders into what basic human rights are. So we are calling that the president not sign this bill into law. We are calling for him to educate his cabinet onto the ramifications of this bill and how much that hatred can go far and take us back as a country in Uganda and as a continent in Africa. We are basically protesting for the human rights of the LGBTQI+ community in Uganda, and we are in solidarity with them in saying that we will be your voice wherever we are, and we will speak for you, and we will assist you in any way we can.
Yeah, because already just looking at reports, we know that anxiety is rising within the Ugandan LGBTQ community. There's a big panic. Members of Uganda's gay community are already making plans to flee the country.
Yeah, I mean, imagine being as South Africans, it should be a normal default function to fight for others. When we were under apartheid regime, many countries fought and housed us. Many countries secured us and made sure to protect us. So it's our role also to protect others who are oppressed under these circumstances. And as EFF, we're always on the part of the marginalized and the oppressed, and we'll do whatever it takes to protect and be their voice wherever we can. Because, true freedom is not achieved if all of us are not free.
Yeah. Because, yeah, it's important because there are already fears that this legislation is likely to lead to an increase in the number of violent assaults in that country where homophobia is entrenched. Because we know, just looking back a little bit at the history, a homosexuality bill was introduced initially in 2009, and that after significant lobbying, that bill was overturned on a technicality in court, only for MPs to threaten to bring it back in 2019, and now look at where we're standing. What do you think needs to happen, and what are your expectations as you will be heading to Uganda's High Commission in Pretoria on Tuesday?
Basically, I think we have an understanding that perhaps there's a lack of knowledge from African leaders based on prejudices that they may have against the LGBTQI plus community. I mean, even in South Africa, we fight, even though we've got a very advanced laws in terms of, freedom of expression, freedom of sexuality and gender expression and such. However, across Africa, there's such a lot of homophobia, a lot of bigotry that is happening. And this bill seeks to enforce that and legitimize it. And hence we're saying that, perhaps the president needs to start educating his cabinet on the ramifications of what gender and sexuality are, and what and how you should allow your people to be free to express themselves in any way they want to, and not oppress their basic human rights to just be. Also, look into the legislation into corrective rapes, because people, when you start putting this kind of laws into power, they start to take advantage of them in a way that then would invite more hate crimes for anyone who may or may not be expressing themselves with their sexuality or having normal relations. I mean, it shouldn't be that in 2023 we are still advocating for just the basic human right to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Thanks for weighing in on this discussion. EFF Member of Parliament Joliswa Yako speaking about the EFF's move, planning to lead a march on Tuesday to Uganda's High Commission in Pretoria.
Wow. You see what just came out, right? So the EFF is another Black Lives Matter movement, right? With the gays and the homosexuals, the leftists, the Marxists, right? Basically use somebody like Julius Malema to spread an agenda all over the continent, the homosexual movement and stuff like this, leftist stuff all over the continent, And she said, well, the gays have helped us in our freedom struggle. How? How? And so this is what I'm talking about, right? Because Malema is part of the so-called African Bougie elite, And so he's going around talking about Uganda needs to stop his anti-homosexual. Who gives Julius Malema the thing to interject himself what goes on in Uganda? Who is the African entrepreneur? Where's the economic freedom in that? What does the EFF have to do with promoting the homosexual right? Then he attacks President Ruto for siding with Israel. Israel basically was attacked by Hamas. Everybody, even the country, several Arab countries condemn Hamas for what it did, and Hamas needs to be destroyed. It doesn't represent Arabs and everything. There's no Arab country reaching in to give sanctuary to Palestinians. A couple of decades ago, Jordan invited a whole bunch of Palestinians into the country, right? And it was the biggest mistake they ever did. They toppled the government, They came in there and the Jordanians gave them sanctuary and everything. And they started, let's just take this whole thing over. And next thing you know, they're like, well, that was a big mistake. Same thing happened in Kuwait. The Palestinians came into Kuwait and everything, working. When Saddam Hussein invaded, I don't know if you remember that, Bomani. When Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, right? The Palestinians were rejoicing. They were over there abusing Kuwaitis, and they would start talking all loosely. Yeah, it was all long live Saddam and all this kind of stuff like this, right? And then when Saddam got kicked out, man, the Kuwaitis rounded all the motherfuckers up and kicked them out, So the bottom line is this. It's like pick your poison, right? You could say, okay, I was for Israel because we got the diplomatic ties, whatever. We feel for the Palestinian cause. Nobody is basically discounting the Palestinians' pain and suffering, what they're going through. But the fact that they letting somebody like Hamas lead them is not going to. So therefore, Julius Malema is supporting Hamas. Basically, he's supporting the kidnappings, the suicide bombings, everything that goes along with it. Does Julius Malema understand that? And then now that's his personal thing, right? Why would he attack Ruto as being a fake Pan-Africanist for doing that? Who's the fake Pan-Africanist here? So we just heard Julius Malema make his two biggest things he said to the world in the last year was the protection of homosexuals and the protection of the Palestinians. Julius Malema has not talked about what's going on in the Congo right now. He's not lending a voice to a corrupt president of Equatorial Guinea, right? Whose brother stays in posh hotels at $75,000 a night while his people live in poverty. While they have a fake so-called kingdom that was a fake kingdom that he's some royal lineage, whatever like that, that he's basically been in power for like 30-something years, whatever like that, unopposed and everything, because the oil companies have been propped up. This is how they prop you up. They basically put you on the cover of a magazine and the archive. The Europeans still control the world as far as the almanac and everything you say. If they say a kingdom exists, this is a legitimate kingdom, that's what it is. So therefore, they put this king in power, right? They flew him back in helicopter. I remember when it happened. They flew him in helicopter, right? These oil companies and whatnot on one of the richest oil regions in the world, and they propped this government up, whatnot. They gave the government legitimacy through diplomatic channels and ties, military assistance, and everything like that. And this family is so corrupt, they're robbing the people of Equatorial Guinea of as well. But they make sure the international media never talks about that. Julius Malema never talks about that. Julius Malema has not talked about President Paul Biya of Cameroon in office for 44 years, and Cameroon's a shithole, and the people that are dying in South Cameroon, you know, of the Amazonian people dying, you know, in a civil war, in a separatist war. He has not talked about that. So he picks and chooses who he wants to talk about. You know, he only talks about the Congo when. The only time he basically talks about the Congo is when he's trying to basically, like, does he talk about former President Kabila, right, who became a billionaire in office because he sabotaged his father, Laurent Kabila, who overthrew Mobutu Sese Seko? No, he didn't. Which we call former President Kabila, right, his son, right, who had his father assassinated by his father's assassination, right, became a billionaire, invited Israeli mining magnates and everything, and him and his family raked in billions of dollars. And right now, the Congo is so out of stable right now. The current president can't hold section of the country like this. But Julius Malema only want to talk about the Europeans, but he never talks about his African buddies and partners on the continent who are reaping the benefits of the chaos on the continent. So please, this is a new age in the Pan-African world. You guys, brother Sutu Warrior, you probably sound like a good brother, but this age of basically just pointing the finger at Europeans and everything, and not pointing the fingers at the Africans who are part of the problem is going to stop. So all the African elite, they using Julius Malema because he doesn't talk about them. All he talks about is white people and all this stuff like this. You know, yeah, white people in Africa are a problem, but you always look at who's benefiting from a situation. If you see Africans benefiting and getting rich in Africa, I would like to know who's funding the EFF, who pays for his travels, where does Julius Malema's money come from? He said he didn't only attack for supporting Israel. He attacked with rolling out the carpet. Look, this is what it is, right? The British do not own Kenya, right? Kenya is a sovereign state. If the Kenya basically has a relationship with, it can have as a sovereign state, you can have a relationship with any country you want to. So basically, he took the time to basically say King Charles and all stuff like this. But he never talks about the fact that Nelson Mandela was part of the British Empire too. Even Robert Mugabe was Sir Robert Mugabe. He was a knight in the British Empire too. So he cherry picks who he wants to criticize. Now, I don't know about Kenya. If the Kenyan people basically have a relationship with the British that's based on mutual respect, that's fine. People, there's no permanent friends. There's no permanent enemies. There's only permanent interests. If the British are major investors in Kenya, and Kenya is one of the British are the major contributors to Kenya's tourism market, whatnot. That's a lot of money, a lot of jobs, and everything like that that flows from the British to Kenya and everything like that. There's a relationship there, and his job as a head of state is to make sure that relationship stays what it is. Julius Malema is not head of a state. He's not responsible for feeding people. He's not responsible for building anything. He can just run his mouth. But when you in those situations, you don't know what to do. Like I said, like this, anybody's the head of state. Like I said, people say, what do you think about George Weah? I basically can give my criticism and everything like that, but I don't know what it's like to be responsible for the fact that, oh, well, this didn't happen, or there was a power failure, or there we're short on gas, and the creditors are knocking at the door and stuff like that. You know, there's a lot to it when you talk about you're running a country. And there's a lot of black people got to be so mindful of that, you know. These countries were created by the Europeans. We still got the pipeline from Europe to Africa is still real. And that's what they're dealing with. So you can't just be in a slumber for 400 years and just wake up and say, oh, yeah, European, yeah. But like I said, South Africa had 30 years. South Africa was the only is still really the only industrialized country on the African continent. They had a black government, the ANC. They could have put the policies in place to build real solid connections between all these African capitals where black African businesses working together. Imagine what Southern Africa would be like. That Southern Africa will look like Asia right now. But that did not happen. The majority of black South Africa is still squalling in poverty because nobody invested in Africa, you know. He actually talked about Mandela a lot. Mandela before prison. Mandela, Malema really believes he's going to be president. He's not going to be president of South Africa. It's not going to happen. The black people in South Africa are never going to elect him. That's just true. Malema just Juju Malema is just a freaking buffoon. He's good for entertainment. And if you want to get your, oh yeah, black man, white man, if you want to get that on, yeah, that's fine with him. But when it comes down to sitting down to talk about real business and everything, there's nothing there. We haven't seen it. There's no connections with Black America, anything on any diplomatic thing going on between Africa and Black America, aside from what we're doing on a grassroots level. There's no high level stuff, you know. South Africa is part of the BRICS nations, you know. They're not part of any continental monetary zone and everything. Easily they could have done that. The first thing you do is before Jordan BRICS, they could have created a Southern African currency and a continental and trade zone. Did they do that? No. So let's get serious about this Pan-African thing and stop playing games. So South African, the EFF basically is a front for the gay movement, just like the Black Lives Matter. You know, all these groups and whatnot, when people come in with this social justice stuff, right? And also, let me tell you something, brother Zonda, right? You cannot have it's called what we call after the revolution, right? You cannot have a movement based on situations. It don't work like that. We saw that in the French Revolution. You know, when people were tied up with the French aristocracy They overthrew them on that, and there was a bloody time in France where they were guillotining everybody that they thought was against the revolution. Then they had to stop that and say, well, this has gone out of control. We have to stop that with Robespierre with his reign of terror. And then which we'll call Jules Malema is another Robespierre. The point I'm trying to make is that you cannot basically just be a revolutionary era. There's got to be a place where you say, this is where we're at right now. And just because somebody was your friend and ally in a revolution and everything like that, that things change. For a perfect example, what I'm talking about is Vietnam. Now, there was a lot of black people who said, no Vietnamese ever called me nigger and everything. Why am I, even Muhammad Ali, why am I going to shoot some poor people like me and everything like that? And a lot of Vietnamese people are like, oh, yeah, the black people in America support our cause and everything. Fast forward 50 years later. Now, those same Vietnamese, right, are the main people, right, attacking Black America when it comes to higher education, admissions in college. They come over here after the fact. Now their country is developed and everything. Vietnam is now becoming an Asia tiger. And now are they reaching back to black people and saying, thank you, black people, for supporting us and talking about our issues and everything? No. But people, they forgot they were poor. They forgot their oppression. People don't dwell on oppression. The only people that dwell on oppression forever and make it part of their identity is black people. You know, and we don't seem to understand that, right? When people basically say that they're tired of being poor and everything, they want to get to the next level. They don't want to be reminded. Why you got movies like Crazy Rich Asians? They don't want to remind them of their poverty and the suffering they went through. They want to basically be like the Europeans now. And the Chinese of Mao Zedong are not the Chinese of today. It's two different people. They've tasted success. They've tasted industrialization. Now, we still think the Chinese, they suffered. Yeah, but look, they got cities and states like Wuhan and Hong Kong. They got all these other big cities and everything. Chinese are major manufacturers of the world. They're building major infrastructure and everything. They don't think like say they know you're still trapped in a people of color poverty mindset and everything, but they moved on and they'll still use that. So the Chinese are no different than the Europeans coming to Africa. No different. So we have to get out of that mindset. I'm thinking we got some more videos to play with Money.
Yes, absolutely, brother. What about this one right here? Would that work?
Yeah, go ahead. I can't remember which one it was, but I was. About Mr. Beast. Yes, this is gonna be good.
Mr. Beast has said he's built 100 wells across Africa in a video that's racked up millions of views posted on Saturday. He says that the wells can give 500,000 people clean drinking water, with 52 wells in Kenya and the other 48 wells in Zimbabwe, Uganda, Somalia, and Cameroon.
I know it's weird that a YouTuber has to do all this stuff, but someone's got to do it. And if no one else is, we're going to do it.
With 207 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, his fans from all over the world have applauded him, with tons of comments calling him an inspiration. But some people are worried that the wells could contribute to depleting groundwater and overall have a negative environmental impact. On top of that, others think the video perpetuates the stereotype of Africa as an impoverished continent. Even Mr. Beast himself said he expected to get cancelled for the video, but says he'll always use his platform to help people and inspire others to do the same.
Welcome back to Totally Based. I'm Joey Gaskin, and today we got to talk about Mr. Beast getting a ton of flack for building 100 wells in Africa. But before we do that, make sure you hit that subscribe button and ring that notification bell so you never miss out on new content from me. Now let's get to it. All right, guys. So I'm going to assume that you know who Mr. Beast is. You're here on YouTube, so you probably have some idea that he is the biggest YouTuber that ever was and probably ever will be. Well, Mr. Beast is coming under fire right now because he and his team decided to build 100 wells in Africa. Now, the issue isn't that they are choosing to build 100 wells in Africa. The issue is that Mr. Beast, Jimmy Donaldson, is white. And because he decided to do something helpful and something nice in Africa, and he's white, he, of course, has to have a white savior complex. Now, had this been somebody like Oprah or Jay-Z or Beyonce, they decided to do something like this where they help people in Africa, I don't really know that this story would be such an issue, right? Not at all. Another thing that I want to bring up too, just real quick, is that Mr. Beast has around 200 some odd million subscribers on YouTube. So he interacts with people around the world on a daily. He does videos like this on a daily. So this is not something that's new. This is just something where he wanted to help out in Africa. A portion of his audience, he wanted to bring them something helpful. And it wasn't just water that he brought to them. He also brought them a lot of other things like bikes and other donations, laptops, etc. So why not? Let's just take a look at all the trouble that Mr. Beast is causing. Let it roll.
100 wells we're gonna build in this video. Oh, water! Oh, crap!
You just witnessed a small village in Kenya get access to unlimited clean drinking water in less than a second.
One down, 99 more wells in Africa to go. You're gonna love this video.
Combined, these 100 wells are going to give around 500,000 people fresh water to drink. And after building some more wells on this side of Kenya, we flew south to the school system of Nairiri. And let's just say they were really happy to see us.
How's it going? Not expecting this.
Thank you for the welcome.
I'm not even sure how to react. I appreciate it, everybody.
This village threw a welcome ceremony upon our arrival, and Nolan got really into it.
Nolan's the most awkward person I've ever met, and that's a lot coming from me.
And after being shown around the school,
Yeah, come, so I guess.
How's it going? Are you having a good day? It's nice meeting you.
one of the teachers showed me where the students currently get their water, which is from this river. That's extremely unsafe to drink.
This is where your students used to get water from?
Yes.
This is crazy.
Yeah. You know, students complaining of diarrhea, infections like typhoid, because this is the water we've been using.
At least for this village, we're going to put an end to it right now.
I don't think this John's gonna fit. I have a big head. Let's see if we can find some water. Whoa, whoa.
It is raining! It's beautiful! After the water comes out of the ground, it's fed into enormous barrels like this one. And once they're built into the water towers, all of the neighboring villages will not only have clean drinking water, but a pressurized water source as well, which in short means no more doing laundry and unsafe water.
And pull! On a scale of 1 to Nolan's mom, how heavy is it?
Nolan's mom times 2.
Oh, God. Dude, I'll push you off of it.
All right, here we go. Under control. We built 20 more wells in Kenya.
Now, I just want to say, you guys don't know this about me, but I used to live in Africa for a period of 2 years. I lived in Uganda. And so I kind of got to see what it was like to be there, what the culture was like. You know, how do they respond to white people? You know, is this white savior complex even a thing? And I will say that, yeah, maybe the white savior complex is a small thing, but in this case, it does not apply. That's not what the case is. White savior complex is when you're someone who's white and you feel like because you have so much and you're so white privileged that you must do something to help these little people, help the black people because they're so poor. That, my friend, is liberal thinking. That, my friend, is bigot thinking. Now, if you're someone who has a lot of wealth and you're like, man, I really don't need all this stuff, and I actually have so much that I can give it away, so let me just go give back to people, which that's what Mr. Beast is doing. That is not a white savior complex. And so I just want to kind of show you guys some of the reactions that have been coming out that I just think are just really insulting. Take a look at this.
Mr. Beast has or is planning to drill 100 wells across Kenyan schools. I don't know where in. I saw he's even calling some place Nairobi. No, you can't even say Nairobi. You understand what's wrong with these Muzungus? Muzungus are very disgusting. You know, because we are trying to project or we are trying to validate the stereotype that Kenya or Africa is a dark continent, dependent on handouts, dependent on philanthropic interventions. I would have expected that Mr. Beast, when he comes to Kenya, he's going to a place meeting young intellectuals. You know, there's all these collectives of people who do a lot of IT stuff to talk about things to an audience who will take that and translate it into action, into money, into job creation, into wealth creation. But no, these guys have they are now going there, and now he's promoting as if we are a poor country. We are not a poor country.
The biggest YouTuber in the world, Mr. Beast, just posted a video of him digging 100 wells in Africa. And I got to say, as an African myself, I'm not impressed because I am sick and tired of watching these palm-colored influencers using African villages as a stage for their white savior propaganda. Issues like poverty, disease, and bad drinking water are not exclusive to African regions. Flint, Michigan Michigan is a good example of an American city that got all three of those things. But Mr. Beast made the intentional choice to go to an African village to make a big show of his great humanitarianism. Why? Because Western society is so conditioned to thinking of the entire continent of Africa as being beneath them that they will see no problem with people like Mr. Beast exploiting the images of children for financial gain and for an ego boost. And I know in his heart he thinks he's doing the right thing, but with as big of a platform as he has, he's actually propagating imagery that says Western society is higher, African society is lower, and they need our help. And if history has told us anything, we know for a fact that your help doesn't help.
Now, I just want to say that Mr. Beast, his efforts translates to helping over 500,000 people across 5 different countries. That would be Zimbabwe, Kenya, Cameroon, Uganda, and Somalia. Okay, 5 different countries, all of them helping them have clean drinking water. And they want to call this man racist. I just don't get it. In the words of my not so friend Joe Biden, come on, man. So when I see comments like this one where it says always the most racist white incels doing the white savior BS, and of course his audience will just eat it up again and again. Seriously, how does this freak still have a career? F Mr. Beast. Miss me with that, bro. Just miss me with that. I mean, it's high time that we hang up this race card because it is so dead. It's so played. All right, guys, that's all I have for you today. If you like this video, please like, comment, share, and subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Mr. Beast has said he's built 100 wells across Africa. In a video.
Now you see these guys talking about, oh, see, we don't need, yes, Africa does need, like, how you guys talk about a simple mechanic thing in Flint, Michigan to friggin' people who don't have friggin' basic drinking water and all this stuff like this, you know? That's insane. That's friggin' insane, you know? And like I said, the African bougie elite, they want to sit back and once they have their little bit of money, their little bit of property, and there's like that, they want to basically keep everybody else from doing anything on the continent. This guy's going to do all this stuff, 500,000 people's lives he's changed. Let him do it, you know? And so I don't see any of the black millionaires and billionaires. Dangote's a billionaire. Did Aliko Dangote build 100 wells? No. Patrice Motsepe, a South African mining billionaire, build 100 wells? No. So this one young white guy, 25 years old, built 100 wells out of his own pocket and everything, didn't ask for anything in return, but laptops and everything. Suddenly, oh, he's a white savior. This is the mentality we have on the African continent. You know, this is the mentality we have, where people are basically so puffed up in themselves. They don't want to humble themselves and say, look, yeah, we do need the help. You know, we do need the help. You know, thank you for doing this and everything. It's not a white savior thing. It's a humanitarian thing. You know, I wish more white people with money and means would do stuff like that. More black people, more Asians or whatever like that would do it. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, people, oh, man, this is a white savior conflict. This guy's looking like, you know, with his fake ass dashiki on Made in Malaysia. Talk about, this African, dude, that African pride is, you know, false pride. You know, there's nothing wrong with being proud, right? They say pride goes before the fall. So when you're so uplifted in your pride and everything like that, when you see the reality, instead of listening at the reality of what you're going through and everything like that. And I asked a question earlier, why hasn't South Africa developed its infrastructure and everything like that over 30 years? It's pride. You know, we can't work with Zimbabweans. They're beneath us. Why don't we talk about how Zimbabweans and Mozambicans are treated in South Africa? There's a real movement calling for basically the extermination of black immigrants that migrated from the Congo, Malawi, that live in South Africa, just trying to make a living for themselves. And yes,
I'd hold for let me see who this is. Jay, John. Unmute yourself. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
Sorry, man, Skidola. I don't know how that name came over there, though.
Oh, Lord.
Who are you?
Kidola.
Oh, I figured it was some retard that did that stuff. Anyway, go on and welcome to the show. What would you like to share with us?
I hope you're not going to. I'm here for criticism today. You know, I'm here to criticize a lot of things. A lot of things. I hope you don't go to pause or kick me out of your show. So
no, you can stay here.
Go ahead, Ola. Rock on, and kick ass.
Okay. Kara.
Yeah.
I want to ask something. Why is it that because I saw that white man doing that boyhood and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And possibility he did do it himself. Maybe as some other white fellows coming to do it with him. I don't think that guy did that show himself. You have other white people contribute to these shows, right? But lately, what I'm seeing, the guy that thought he was Pan-Africanist, who was doing show on Dynasty America show Ronnie Harvard at the America show, now come and start calling these guys are fake Pan-Africanists, that they don't love Africa, they're only for the money. You know, and the guy name is called Alex Flower. And he said Sierra Leoneans, or what they call the Thames, that that start giving passport. Look, they start giving passport to Black Americans, that it's all fake reunion, that they are beggars. You know, why is it? I cannot really pass my head through that the people you think they might be Africans, but who hate on where they say they're coming from, and turn against them, and later even blame the ones that brought them there to the place. So I'm a little bit confused. Did really Black Americans really love Africa or Africans? Or it's just kind of like a hype? Let me see what kind of tea are they going to serve me.
No, let me say this to answer your question. It's a fair question, right? I think Black people in America, right? There's when you talk about Africa, there's like a void. We want to have a connection with our ancestral homeland, and that basically can take many forms. Some people come there just a vacation. A lot of people go to the continent, right? They're not on YouTube, right? So you can't judge the whole movement by what you see on YouTube. Okay. Some people have been going to the continent for years. I had my Uncle Ronnie lived in Ghana since I was a friggin' kid. He lived in Ghana for years, decades, and he's been going back and forth and from Africa to America and everything like that for years and whatnot. He's always schooled us about everything on Africa and everything. And I had an uncle of mine that used to go to South Africa. And so everybody had their own African experience, but they basically keep who they are. We know we're Black in America. This is our people, this is our culture and everything like that. That's people do that quietly. People go to the African continent, retire, they invest and everything. They do it quietly. I think what the problem is that a lot of times people go to Africa because they want to heal from something, right? And Africa is not going to heal you. You got to heal yourself first. And so when people go there and something happens to them, right, it triggers something in them, right? If you go to Africa and you're in a restaurant, right, you go to Ghana or whatever country, and you see white people get waited on before you, okay, that triggers something in you. Because you had your expectations so high that this is a place where I'm finally free. Or when something happens, when somebody overcharges you, or somebody basically steals from you, somebody lies to you, or somebody deceives you on the continent, they understand that happens every day in America. But we just think that when we go to Africa, it's the what I'm saying. It started with the movie Coming to America. You may not know this, Kidola, but I know my people, right? We've always basically looked at Africa as this perfect place where all the problems that we have in America do not exist. There are no thieves, there's no liars, there's no thing. Everybody's virtuous and everything. And we forget to understand that no matter where you go, you're dealing with human beings. There's going to be good Africans and there's going to be bad Africans. You're going to have good experiences and bad experiences. Instead of basically like this, you don't write the whole continent off because of a couple of bad experiences. Me, when I went to Liberia, I was expecting bad experiences, and I was willing to like that, but I didn't have any. You know, I was shocked, right? But I know it's going to happen. Eventually, something's going to happen where I'm like, oh, wow, man, I didn't, you know, whatever. But it's not going to change my thing. But I understand that just like if I go to New York and everything like that, something bad can happen to me. I'm not going to hate New York. I can go to North Carolina. Something bad can happen to me. Oh, man, you ever see people here in America like, yo, I went to Memphis, man, fuck Memphis, man, the food's terrible, the people's like that. They had one experience and they write the whole place off. So Africa is no different. If somebody has a bad experience, right, they're going to say, oh, man, forget this place, blah, 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 blah. And so, like I said, there's an old saying, Condola says, a thought unspoken dies unborn. Majority of Black people who have bad experience in Africa are keeping it to themselves. But in the age of social media, right, people get on social media, right, a thought unspoken dies unborn. Once you get out there and put it on video and people watching everything like that, that lives. That doesn't die, that lives. And it goes on. Oh, man, people now dissing Africa now and everything like that. No, just people just got on video. They could have kept it to themselves, but they basically got on video. And then Africans get triggered, and that's how the stuff starts. You understand?
Yeah, I got you, you know, because I was shocked because she was always on Dinah's show, always talking about, I don't know, Pan-Africanism. It kind of like she, in a way, went to a lady show. Look, I understand, you know, in every society, there are people who can, even me that live in Nigeria, when I went to my village, I have to buy a generator and other things. When I came over there, my late sister daughter, you know, run scam on me. You understand? He just run scam on me, you know, right from the generator, because I was looking for generator I can carry the AC in my house and other things. And behold, she just run, you know, she just increased the price, you know, even buy fuel to feed those things, you know, I was sending her, she also scammed me. It's not a good feeling, but I understand. I understand she felt, but she went to a show of a lady called For Righteous, said no, she's no longer Pan-Africanist. She's not a Sierra Leone citizen. She didn't go there for that fake passport giving. You know, she was really running.
Well,
you know,
I wouldn't listen to what Poor Righteous has to say, because she's against Black people going to Africa at all.
Yeah,
people like that.
Yeah, no, because she went there. This other lady went there to, you know, to say this. I was like, whoa, I thought you were down with Dynasty and everything. Now
she had she had a falling out with Dynasty over the fact that customer service and everything. And she basically saying that her name, right, her brand, right, Alexis Flower brand is getting tainted by things that may happen or does not happen on Dynasty's store. I don't know the story. I have to talk to Dynasty about that. You know, I don't know what happened, whatever like that. It could be right and wrong. But instead of people coming forward and saying, this is what I don't like, this is what I don't like and everything, it's like it's swept under the rug. And Black people in America, you know, and Africa like sweeping things under the rug. And the understanding about sweeping things under the rug, as soon as after a while, you're going to start seeing the rug bubble up. You know, there's stuff under there. You understand? And so therefore, if you have a problem with customer service and everything, how do we address it? How do we rectify it and everything? And she's saying that Dynasty did not do that. He just says people complain and whatever like this. But the thing is, when you're in business and everything, you have to listen to what your customers are telling you. You know, because I'm telling you. And so instead of having a feedback, like you may have like a survey, you know, like you got the survey monkey thing saying, how was your tour, whatever like that. What can we do to improve it, right? And you get feedback, you know, okay, this is what we need to improve and everything like that. And you address issues and everything like that. But if you don't want to do that, and you think that you're entitled to Black people's money and everything, and that this Pan-African movement is some religion that you got to bow down to and don't say nothing, that's not Pan-African, it's a cult. You know, and so what I'm trying to tell you is, you know, with these YouTubers and everything, people get caught up in the cult of personality. You know, Dynasty is a great person as far as like his personality on YouTube and everything. His shows are really good. He's done a lot for this movement, everything like that. But his shortcomings may be what he's trying to do, you know, and maybe he needs to brush that up and do that. How to do that? I don't know. I don't know anything about tourism. You know, I don't know anything about the tourist business. I can't give him any advice and everything. I know nothing about putting a tour together in Africa. You know, he's been all over the continent and everything like that. But when you bring people onto the continent, bring people with you, and they entrust you with your money, they expect certain things and everything like that, and you have to deliver, you know? And so what she was talking about was the way they handled it. Like when she said that Dinus went to Brandon and Brandon started attacking her, calling her a name and everything like this. And that became the face of Pan-Africa. I hope Alexis Flower listen to this thing. That's not real Pan-African. Real men in Pan-African movement don't do that. We don't have any beef with women and everything like that. If somebody has a legitimate problem or whatever like that, you know, they say call it this or that, I'll listen to them, you know, and I'll take advice and I'll take it under advisement and everything. And same thing with Bomani, you know, let's see if we can rectify this. Let's see if we can do this and everything. And I also say in my thing that the opinions and views of the College Genesis does not necessarily reflect the views of the Black African Infrastructure Organization, you know, because I'm just one person. I could be wrong. I could have an opinion that goes against, you know, that a lot of what people think, you know. So I don't want people to be tainted for the BAO for what I think and what I do. I have my opinion. You know, I have my opinion on certain things. But if you believe in Black people should build in Africa, you believe in building Black African infrastructure and everything, that's something we could build on. What we don't have in the Pan-African world is things that we build on. If you have things that we could build on and whatnot, and you strengthen those things and everything, and then the things that you don't agree on and everything like that, you work on those to the side. But the problem is that everyone's doing their own thing, and there's nothing really concrete that we all agree on. You know, Dinus believes, okay, getting the passport and the citizenship and all stuff like that is important to him. And everything, that's what he does. But mine and I don't think that's important, you know. You know, that's not important. So I'm not going to basically talk about getting people passports, because I don't think that's necessary, you know. Now, I don't mean that's not important. What Dinus is not important, that's just not important to me. Now, if you're talking about building financing and building the first Black African American bank on the African continent and stuff like that, building financial institutions and mortgage companies and business finance companies and stuff like that on the continent, and sister city projects and everything like that, then now we're talking the same thing. But since people are not talking about that, we have nothing real to build with. You know, and I stand by that. You know, we're talking about building infrastructure and building businesses and networks and stuff like this. Now we can talk. You know, but if I'm not into like the passports and the citizenship and all stuff like this, that's fine. You do what you want to do, and I'll do what I want to do, you know. But you know, that's what it is. But it does not mean I think what happened was there was a personal thing between Brandon and Alex, and Brandon got Dinus and Brandon got involved personally and stuff like that, and it devolved into that situation. And I think a lot of it too is that Black people don't want to leave that hood mentality alone in this business. You know, we don't understand the real science of professionalism. You know, I'm a professional in the business I do. Sometimes I gotta hold my temper, hold my thoughts and everything. Like I've learned that over the years. And like I said, my business is a family-run business, right? And me and my brother, we learned that we don't argue in front of other our subordinates, our partners, and everything like that. We take it outside, we have it out and everything. We come back in, we okay. By the end of the day, we apologize and we make up and everything like that. Same thing with my sister. You know, we have a business. We have people relying on us for their livelihood, and that's what professionalism is. And you always have a professional relationship when you do business. Now, once business is done and you go out to drink or go out there, that's a different world, you know? And I think what the problem is in the so-called Pan-African spaces, there's a blurred line between business, pleasure, friendship, and stuff like that. Me personally, like Bomani and I are friends, but Bomani basically gets on me about stuff and everything like that. Why? Because we have a business relationship. And that business relationship take precedence over our friendship. You understand? And I think, you know, and Bomani always, Bomani's a solid businessman, you know? He's about the business. It's got to be about the business. It's got to be about the business. It's got to be about the business. And then bottom line is this, hey, look, you know, we talk, whatever like that, but business is business and personal relationship and personal relationship. But when you conflate the two, that's when you get the problem, you know? I think Alexis and Dynas were too close as far as friendship and everything like that. It should have been a business relationship from the get-go. And that's it. You know, when you're doing business with somebody. Now, if you're not doing business with somebody like that, hey, what's up? Hey, that doesn't really matter. When you're talking about doing business and everything, and people got their business name and reputation on the line and everything, you have a certain way how you interact with the person. And I think a lot of times Black people, we don't understand the difference between business and pleasure and business and personal. You understand, Kidola?
Oh yeah, you're right. You know, because I come across a problem. I said, wow, I thought y'all were cool together. You know, why coming to a start? You know, I was like, okay, a little bit confused first, like, whoa.
Because they mix cool with business, you know.
Yeah. When you start, look, I understand men and female. You know, I understand sometimes, you know, but start knocking the guy that didn't like Africa. He preferred Brazil only for the money, where he want to be twinkling or whatever he's looking for there. You know, like, whoa, you just want to bring this guy down totally. You know, and I start looking at, in a way, I start looking at that as like, okay, that he, like, he only want money for the female. You know, he really knocked that guy on this. In any female watching that show, that's gonna be a problem. You say, yeah, you just want all the female money, not really. Look, it's like somebody who loves somebody. Your baby, the person didn't make a move on her. Look, women can bring you down straight up if they make a move on you and you don't, you know. So what I'm confused of Sierra Leone is, I think you're right. African striptease under the rug. That's where you see the problem that almost happened in Sierra Leone now. You know, why there's a group of army want to take over because the people complaining they rigged that election, and yeah.
And the situation is you cannot sit there and tell people to go to a country and a country is unstable. You know, they got serious problems and people don't understand this. That's Sierra Leone's problem. Not to throw Sierra Leone on the bus, but this country's been unstable since the late 60s, you know? And a lot of the problems that you saw in Liberia, the Civil War, started in Sierra Leone.
Oh yeah, even Nigeria is also shaking. You know,
the whole region, the whole region was engulfed in war because of what was going on in Sierra Leone.
The whole region. I'm not going to lie to you, man. When they start overthrowing for those 4 African countries, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time.
It spills into Ghana. It spills into Burkina Faso. It spills into all these countries. And Nigeria was biggest affected by it because they put the most money in ECOMOG and the troops and everything. And you got to give Nigeria credit for stabilizing that region.
Kala, right now, I don't think Nigeria can ever do. Look, they have the troops, the numbers, but they don't have the means. That was the financial means to carry out the standard like what they did in Sierra Leone and Liberia. They don't have that means because the money is not there. There was even the military regime. They were a little bit corrupt.
Yeah. Nigerians were basically like, y'all ain't paying us, man. So they started looting. and get into the diamond trade and everything.
Yeah, so now these politicians, the past ones and whatever, they just loot everything. Nigeria is like on the on the on the on the what do you call cake something on the cake something that will bust maybe for the short while, So you bring people down. I understand Sierra Leone want help. I don't blame the government of Sierra Leone why they resort to giving the diaspora their citizenship. Yes, I think it's a good thing. If you think your people, your country, they're not having the means to develop the country, why don't you call the ones that left? See what you can do.
My problem, my only problem is this. Like I said, as the Sierra Leone government was serious, right? And wasn't just like, because I think Dynas oversold himself. Where they thought when they say African Americans, right? And Dynas has a show, YouTube 100,000 subscribers, whatever like that, they figured like you would get the black intelligentsia, and you're not getting the black intelligentsia until you actually have something for the black intelligentsia to buy into. America, black people in America that got money and stuff like that, position in America, are not going to uproot and go to Africa. It's not going to happen. But you do got black people in America who do have positions in America to help Africa. For example, sister city projects, right? And Sierra Leone was one of those cities, like Charleston, South Carolina, where Charleston, South Carolina, say a lot of people there are from Sierra Leone. So let's build with the city and everything like that. But it has to be taken on a high level. A sister city project means that a lot of cities in America got sovereign wealth funds and everything like that. They got colleges, they got all stuff like that. They got technology all throughout America, right? That they could basically build Africa with. The Filipinos did it in America. You got cities in America that partner with Filipino cities and everything like that, to the fact that they got all kinds of businesses and everything, trade and everything, in the billions of dollars going back and forth between the United States and Philippines. We have not built those sort of relationships, What we do is we get people to go over there and, I'm in Africa and I got a passport. They're waving their passports. The average Sierra Leone is not going to benefit from that, The black people in America got to bring something to the table, They're not bringing anything to the table, other than I'm just going to Sierra Leone and spending a few $1,000s. I mean, it helps, but that's not really going to transform anything. So that's the problem right there.
I hope I hope that they can. Yes, that is in a way that's why I like Bomani's show, because he's just a businessman. He take you down there, you enjoy yourself, you have a good feedback for his business. I'll be watching him. He's not into some of this. He just introduce you to the territory, to the culture. You decide yourself if you like it or not. He's not going to force nothing on you or persuade you. You have to decide yourself, what you see, what you like. So I think Dallas is pushing it too much a lot. But I understand his financial gain by introducing passport to his platform. Sierra is giving passport. It's like he's the only one giving the passport in that platform. I don't think so. I think by showing this, look, Sierra Leone needs a whole two different kind of mindset to boost, to turn that country around. Yeah. So by offering passport to people that left, it's a good thing, but people like the dynasty and their co-hosts who are like coming over there, then this guy have a negative, calling them they're beggars and everything. You can attack dynasty, but don't attack the people that dynasty introduced you to, because those were not the ones that's really going on between you and dynasty. So just attack dynasty that there's no constantly friendly. I think there's other things going on there. There's something personal between them. You know, yeah, you're right. You're right. You know,
now we have our brother Goham, who got his citizenship with Sierra Leone, but he has the means to invest in property and stuff like that. He has a Sierra Leone wife and everything, and he really transformed. He did something with that passport that he got from Sierra Leone. You know, he bought property and stuff like that. You know, so that's a good thing. We need more of that. That should have been like, if I was Dias, I would have had Goham on his show every day, talk about the property he bought and how he's doing this and how he's doing that and everything. You know, that could have been something really that they could have built upon. You know, just going over there saying I got a Sierra Leone passport, you know, is not enough. You know, because what happens is, well, you don't raise people's expectations, and when you let people down like that, we had this year return in Ghana. I don't see and also another thing is this: people don't throw this. The year return hurt the people of Ghana because it shot prices up, you know, and real estate and everything, you know, and crop. You know, and the average Ghanaian can't afford housing no more. Now in South Africa, it's just the opposite. My friend Mark Blanton told me recently. He said, "Look, in South Africa, they're telling people you got black people from America saying have nice houses or property over there, saying for $300 a month rent." I'm like, wow. They're like, shoot, I'll pay you $1,500 a month. And in South Africa, it's like, no, we don't want you to do that. They said, why? Even though we would make money now, but if what happened is the real estate prices start going up, and that's going to be a backlash against you guys, you know? So the black people from America are like, okay, you know, I'll just pay the $300 a month. You know, that's a lot of money. And South Africa has a well-developed infrastructure. So they have plenty of properties where they could afford to rent houses for those $300 US a month, you know, and nice houses, everything, you know, all the amenities and everything, $300 a month. But in countries like Ghana, where there's properties and infrastructures tight, you know, you're hurting when you come over there and saying that you could pay 3 times as much as the local and everything. There's no rent controls or anything like that. So the average Ghanaian is not really benefiting from your presence there. So these are things you have to think about. You know, so I like what they did in South Africa. South Africa said, no, just keep it the way it is, you know, and everything like that, you know, and we'll be fine, you know, because if you come over here and you got these people saying they could pay $1,500 a month for rent and everything like that, right? Everybody's going to start, all the renters and real estate companies are going to shooting their prices up, and the locals are going to be priced out, and that's going to have a problem. There's a lot to this, man. Like I said, we're all navigating this. This is all new. People repatriating, people living on the continent, everything like that. No one has figured this out yet, you know, solidly. You know, so I don't want people thinking the Pan-African movement is dead because of a few missteps of a few people. You know, I hope people get it together. They're committed to the continent. You know, I welcome anybody coming to the continent. You know, just, you know, you're coming there and everything. But there's a lot of nuance to everything. You know, everything has nuance. You know, nothing goes according to everything. You know, we're still trying to figure all this out. You know, everybody's trying to figure this out. Everybody's trying to find their way and everything. One thing you cannot do also is tell people, why haven't you have an Africa plan? Oh, geez, you know. First of all, you know how hard it is to get to the continent. You know, it's easy to go to Dubai or Japan than it is, or any place. It's easy to go get to Siberia than it is to get to the continent. You know. And actually, when you look at it, right, from the West Africa to the United States, like Gambia, that's actually closer than friggin' some countries flying from Africa to Europe. But yet there's not enough plane routes and everything like that because, you know, the numbers are growing that people going to the continent, right? But it's not there and enough where it's like a normal thing. So you go to the continent, you have to really plan this out. You have to really plan your travel. You got to, you know, there's a lot to it, you know, and visas and stuff like that are real. You know, you go to a country like Tanzania, they give you 90 days. They mean 90 days. You got to get your ass out of there. And
Yeah, yeah. You know, there are some guys that I've seen. Look, uh, let's just be honest. The only way the gap can be breached heavily is interaction, communication, relationship. It can be marriages. You know, I saw a guy in Ghana who built a whole, you know, he built something for himself, you know, a whole 3-story building. And he's courting a Ghanaian girl as his fiance, I think from the Muslim territory. You know, I was just pleased the way they were just enjoying themselves. Just the guy just, oh, please, if you come in and say, can you buy me sprinkles? You see, just those little things that the guy buys for kind of like African type of print dress, about one or two, not too costly. You know, really, I do really enjoy it a lot. They say, yeah, I have the sprinkles you asked me for. Those things are cheap, you know, but that's real love. You know, I do really enjoy the way he and the guy were sitting down. They were not looking for fancy hotel, you know. I like to see more of that kind of that relationship. The guy also did say, "Oh, this place is dirty." No, you see it where the mother of that girl was frying plantain. You know, say, "Yeah, this is my mom is doing something. We'll eat later." You know, he just relaxed there. He and his fiancée and his wife to be, they were just having fun together, just talking. You know, sharing things together. You know, at the end of the day, the guy, I think he said he live in Atlanta, he's going to finish that his huge mansion. You know, he and that guy going to move in. They can have their own luxurious there. But I think the guy understand, look, Africa, you cannot compare Africa to so part of Africa like Atlanta, Georgia. You understand? You cannot. But he just, okay, I'm going to build something for myself here. And I'm going to do something for myself here. That's just so. I don't want to compare. I'm not interested in comparing. That's why I like some of these Hebrew Israelites. I don't know if that guy is Hebrew Israelites. I don't think so. But I think the mindset of some of these, I call them a little bit Rastafarian, and some of these people are far different from those who's looking for spring water and other things to experience. You know, you cannot have Las Vegas, not even Las Vegas. You cannot have Disneyland in Africa because Africa is not in that kind of fairy tale. You know, even the rich bourgeoisies, you know, you'd have seen the way Africa live. There's a bourgeoisie somewhere, there's a poor person somewhere. You know, as long as you don't come to my land, you stay on your own, you like building your 5-story mansion, it's all left for you. So what I'm saying is this: the mindset, and don't overpromise people a lot. Let them tell them the truth. What you're coming to is different, but it is a good experience. You know, not just all. You know, so that's what I say. I like seeing. I saw some Black American guys who are dating or marry some of these Africans. Actually, I don't really respect them a lot. I think the men can bear a lot than the women. You know, especially when these men have a fiancé living in in those areas. I do like to see that one a lot. People say, "Oh, African women don't date Black American." I know the way you present yourself, and that's where you also get them. Yeah, you have to understand in African culture, men do much than the woman, so they expect you to contribute for their day-to-day standard of living. And maybe if you understand each other, you can say, okay, I might not have that money. This money got my short one day. Let's open small mini business that can bring in us something in case if I don't have the money. You can set up something for her. Before you know, she's not becoming even the breadwinner. She's not bringing the money. She's only telling you what they achieved today for their business, what is the money, what is the gain. And every week you calculate everything. So it's everything is brain. You can set up a woman up and you know, do some other things. You know, it's not that you just have to come to the media, though. You have to go to somewhere, a lady that don't really like that who see why you're going to Africa. Yeah, most, let's just be honest. If I go to, I've been to Charlotte, I've been to West, you know, it's short, North Carolina territory. If I see those girls there, man, if I see those boys there, so man, you can't tell. You know, these people are not really from. You know, they don't stay in Africa. You know, I was in Wisconsin.
Bottom line is this: I think Africa is a good experience, particularly for Black African American males. You know, the idea that we live on a continent where the majority of people look like you, and the women, some of the culture has a soothing and calming effect it does have on people. You know, and I think that's good. Instead of taking the good that you can out of Africa, right? People think that Africa's going to transform all the problems that you have. A lot of problems that you have, you got to solve it within yourself. You know, before you go over there and think that, oh yeah, I'm going to build this, I'm going to build that. Sometimes you just want some peace and some tranquility. You know, and you may not have to live there, or you can live there. Make sure you have a means of supporting yourself. You know, make sure you have a means of supporting yourself. Understand that you're not going to change that place to suit you. Everything. All you can do is build what you can build and whatnot, and have some sort of peace and satisfaction. You know, me, I don't mess with this thing of basically thinking that I'm going to be a citizen of another country and my problem's going to be solved. I don't believe in that. You know, I do believe that I could live on the continent. I could build whatever like that. You know, and fulfill that one part of me that's missing. You know.
Yeah, you're right, Carla. You see, that's why I brought that guy. Look, there was one Black American who was a multimillionaire in Nigeria. I think radio program brought him on Soul Train those days. I think it was FM program. I think the guy died of, if coronavirus did kill that guy, you know, that guy married to an Igbo girl. They have children together. Okay, he's a multimillionaire, but I don't think he was multimillionaire when they came to Nigeria, when they brought him there to fix their FM radio and everything. I've listened to the guy when
I remember his story.
Yeah, in early 90s when they came, late 80s when they came. I've listened to some of his show then in the radio. You know, I think that's when FM started coming up in Nigeria a lot. So I've listened to most of his shows at that time in the late 80s to early 90s. You know, as a young guy, you know. So even when I was so. I swear to God, I didn't know it was even I thought it was a Nigerian guy who probably stayed in America for years, because we have some of these Nigerian guys who were coming to shoot some Soul Train, because Soul Train was booming then in America. So some Nigerian guys was coming to also have programs like that in TV, Soul Train. So I thought, maybe, okay, this guy might be staying in US, but I was surprised. They say it's a Black American guy who came, make big money in Nigeria. The guy lived here. He lived in an affluent neighborhood in Nigeria. I think his house by water about maybe 400, 500 million naira. You know, if that guy did that, you never understand that there's a Black American like that who live in Nigeria who is very, very rich. You understand? You know, so there are a lot of them that live with some of these African countries that are very, very rich, that's married to locals. And that is even in Nigeria. I think it's better there in Nigeria.
Yeah,
you know.
Let me tell you something. Everybody's experience is going to be different, right? Some people can go to Africa and fail and not build anything. Some people can go there and get rich. You know, same thing in America. You got Black people who are rich, who make it and everything. How they do it? You know, they're rich and they're famous, everything. And some people don't think. Same thing in Africa. You go to Africa, and you may be mediocre over here, and you be mediocre over there, or you can find have luck in the right connections and have your aha moment, and find your niche, and next thing you know, boom, you're blown up and you have the satisfaction of living in Africa, and you're very wealthy and everything, but that's few and far between. And then some people basically can't make it over there. They'll spend decades on the continent and don't really, it doesn't work for them. But the whole thing is, like I was saying, I don't like when people saying that when you go to Africa, your problems are going to be solved. They're in the ACON telling people, oh yeah, any African American going to Africa, they're going to be rich because instant millionaires. That's a lie, That's a lie. You can tell them all the time, look, if you want to live in a black country, hey, yes, it's all for you. You could build something and everything. These are the challenges you have and everything like that with infrastructure and everything. If you can hack it, you can hack it. It's going to be trials and tribulations like anything else. Some of you are going to have better luck. It all comes down to luck. Some people have luck, and then people don't understand that, right? And this is why we have a lot of hatred and jealousy among the black race. Some people are luckier than other people. Not everybody's experience is going to be the same thing. How did he get that? How did he do that? Well, he was lucky, the right place, right time, and his fortune came in for him, right? The next man and whatnot, he's going to be struggling and blah, blah, blah. He's going to go back. Africa sucks, blah, blah, blah. Because I didn't do this. Well, it wasn't meant for you. As simple as that. And people don't understand. So some people, like the guy came there with, like you were saying, the radio guy, I've known about that guy. I heard about him, he lucked onto something that took off, and he got rich, and he did well. Same thing with the Blacks Without Borders series, right? People came there with money and everything like that. They invested in the continent. They did well. And then some people go to the continent and they fail. They lose everything. But just thinking because you live in a black country is going to work out for you, Yeah. Chris Brazen says, Julius Malema may sound okay, but blacks out there haven't made any real progress in this situation against a white racist rule, despite their numbers. Rather not serious. Yeah, I mean, thank you, Chris. Thank you. You're talking next year, April, in a few months will be 30 years. And the black South Africans realize now that the black people, the Bougie elite that run South Africa, right, were only out for themselves. Zinzi Mandela and all these other people like that. Now I love Winnie Mandela and everything like that. But but let's be honest with ourselves, we're not. These people were paid off. Zinzi Mandela. What did she do to earn a major stake in the South African railways? They made sure all the Mandelas and all these other people, the Buthelezis, the people, they got their shares of the company. Patrice Motsepe was given Rainbow Mines, just because he was an influential person. Cyril Ramaphosa, the current president of South Africa, right? He was my hero, ANC guy and whatnot. I saw him on Ebony Magazine. I loved him. Cyril Ramaphosa, the ANC general chief, blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden I looked up and I said, wait a minute, what happened to Cyril Ramaphosa? He disappeared. After the election, he disappeared. And then he emerged like 8 years later as a billionaire. Think about that. So not everybody. So what I'm saying is, I'm not buying this idea. Oh yeah, the Europeans and all that, because the black people in Black Africa, the elite and everything, have basically squandered the opportunities. And they know the people, there's massive unrest all over the continent, right? Rigged elections, despots, and people running the continent and everything. And the only thing they have left is telling us, particularly the black people in the so-called diaspora, yeah, man, the Europeans want, and they sound, and let me say this, folks, right? This is the danger of a lot of people, and I love people like my brother Phil Scott and people like that. That's my brother right there from Houston, Texas. I love him to death and everything like that. But just like the guy with his Mazungu's controller, I'm sick and tired of hearing that, right? The bottom line is you have a black entrenched elite, right, who live in utter comfort on the African continent. They got money, everything. Nothing moves without black people on the continent saying so. The green lighting. So when you complain about the Europeans raping Africa, the Europeans and the Chinese are not going in there in the dead of night taking minerals out. There's a process. The Europeans come in, right? They give a suitcase of money to whatever leaders in power, right? And the leaders in power say, do what the hell you want to do. Pay people 4 cents a day, do what the hell you want to do and everything like that. So when the things come in, it's a game they play. The African leaders say the Europeans are exploiting us and everything like that. And the only reason they're able to get away with this is because they use the black so-called Pan-African world. That's why people are walking away from this movement. Yeah, man, the Europeans are taking the Chinese, blah, 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 blah. You know, so they have a perfect scapegoat. And they know the Chinese ain't going nowhere. The Europeans ain't going, and they're still doing business with the same Europeans, Chinese, and whatever else, and everything like that. But they got us running around like fools talking about the Europeans and the Mzungus and all this kind of thing. It's not stupid when you hear black people from America using terms like Mzungu. I wish Philip Lindsay would stop using that term. It don't even sound right when he says it, Mzungus, you know? You know, it's stupid. The bottom line is this, you know, we have problems on the African continent, right? Because nobody is serious about building this global black business, black Pan-African pipeline. You know, nobody's serious about this. You know, nobody's actually serious about building anything. Because as long as we basically focus on the Arabs, the Lebanese, and all these other people, and let me tell you something right now, if you won't believe this, right? Without the Indians, without all these people, you would not have a modern Africa. You know, for the world, except for countries like Nigeria, you know, where it's pretty much still an all black country, you know, for the most part, you know, and West Africa. Even in places like Nigeria and stuff like that, they got their problems with the Europeans and everything, but it's not so severe as Southern Africa and East Africa. If Europeans and Indians pulled out of these countries and whatnot, the whole continent would collapse because we have not built the engineering base, the scientific base, the intellectual base, the cultural base to rise above tribalism, rise above sectionalism, and all this stuff like this, and religion, and all this violence and everything. Look what happened in Central African Republic. Christians and Muslims start killing each other. Two foreign religions and everything. People identify more as Christians and Muslims than they do their African culture, and the whole country went to hell in the handbasket. That is the truth, folks. That is the truth. Santa Warrior says, I don't know a group of Africans. I don't know of a group of Africans on the continent or a group of African leaders at present that have managed to get their things right anywhere on the continent. I will always have hope. We always have hope. But we're never going to get that continent as long as we got listen to people like this fake ass Dr. Arikana and all these other people talk about the Europeans, everything, you know. And she's a product of the of HBCUs in America. I think she's a product. She's, you know, she was with the World Bank and with all these Bretton Woods institutions and everything. So how somebody that basically was in with all these elite European institutions be so-called pro-black and everything? I don't buy it. You know, Europeans are a problem, right? But when we scapegoat the Europeans instead of looking at within, what are we not doing on the continent ourselves? The only one that basically talks about that is PLO Lumumba. He talks about the stuff that Africans do and everything. And they always say, oh, you always they always criticize him saying, you always putting the onus on Africans. What about Europeans and whatnot? He said, look, most of the problems in Africa is because Africans will go to Europeans and put themselves back into bondage, right? And buy them some time. And next thing you know, they're complaining about the same Europeans that they invited into exploit them. Yeah, so just like I said, and we can't keep giving cover to these people that's mismanaging the continent. We can't keep doing that. People talk about this stuff like this, Dr. Arcana surprised me during the panel. His support for her support for vaccine. Yeah, well, they thought that we got to vax every African, and you don't know what they're putting in there. They can say it's a vaccine, but you don't know what the hell they're putting into this stuff like this vaccines and everything like that. And they thought that Africa is gonna be wiped out when not Europeans are dying, when that Africa had the least amount of deaths during COVID. That was surprising. Africans had the least amount of deaths on COVID. Bill Gates, this is going to affect Africa. We're going to lose half the continent in population. COVID is going to wipe out Africa. It didn't happen. Abu Shah said, elevate ourselves strategically, technology. Yeah. What you always say. You're right about that. We need to do that, but we got to figure out a way how to do all those things you just said. And it's only gonna happen when we have real serious governments that serious thing. Right now, there isn't. You say you want to know what the religion of Africa is? The religion of Africa is do right by the Chinese, the Europeans, and everybody else, and everybody else be damned. So long as the Europeans and everybody else taken care of, and the African elite, the chosen people that's still part of the British crown, the French crown, and the Portuguese and everybody else, so long as it's satisfied and everything, that's what the religion is. Worshipping friggin' African idols and stuff like that. Letting people stay in power for 50 years and exploiting people and everything like that, and saying absolutely nothing and everything. And always pointing the finger to somebody else and everything is the problem. Attacking people like Mr. Beast for building 100 wells and all this stuff like this, Kidola, what do you think about Mr. Beast thing we played?
I don't see the problem with he just doing what he just have to do. He just have the money. Maybe you have some other people that support him. That most of them they are white also that support that program. He just did it. If you have asked a black person to do that, he will just eat the money. You understand me? And he will be very cold when he eat that money. When I mean Africans. That Kenyan guy that is complaining, he will be the first one that will only maybe build one or two. He will just run away. Eat the money. We are not used to long-term progress. We just want to eat now. Then forget about tomorrow. The problem with Africans really is you can see what Mr. Big did. He did 100 wells in some countries, right? Maybe in Kenya and some other countries. If you give that contract to an African person, an African black person, maybe he might just do he or she might only execute one thing, then he will be complaining, he will be saying, yeah, I did this, I did. Well, he did do nothing. He will use that money to go and build a very mighty mansion for himself. The mansion that will crumble, after he's gone or he's dead, maybe after 30 years or 20 years. You understand? It's the same thing you see with not just black Africans in the continent. You also see it also with the blacks in America. We just believe now, how to eat now.
Yeah, it's now. We don't know the thing of delayed gratification.
No, we just think about, what can I get that? It's with me now. Let me just take it now. Look,
and that's what they did in South Africa, right?
Yes,
now, right? And 30 years later, next year, there's some questions I got to be asked. 30 years of ANC in power and whatnot, and South Africa is going to hell in a handbasket. Now South Africa basically is becoming a rogue nation. It basically declared war on Israel, right? It's falling out with the United States and all these other countries and everything. And all because they didn't do the right thing. There's unrest in the country. Remember a couple 2 years ago were all the areas in Zululand. They were looting stores and everything. People forgot about that. Remember that?
Yeah. Look, South Africa problem. I don't know much about the place, but you see, right from when Mandela came out of that prison, it was already bought. So what they did, they used media to amplify him. They used that media to amplify him. He would now become a special hero. So they were using him to see the Queen of England, using him to see the Queen of every important personality in the Western world. He was being put on a special castle to sleep. They also used Elizabeth Taylor. They gave him the number of Elizabeth Taylor to start calling that lady. Hello, Elizabeth Taylor. This is Mandela. So what they did, they make him look like a powerful celebrity, but without not really fulfilling what he went to prison for. I think his late wife was the one who was saying, "Why are you out? You didn't achieve nothing. You cannot just have political power, but you don't have the economical power."
Yeah.
So what South Africa is facing now, I don't know much about the country, but you can see the same people that amplify Mandela, they are not the same people amplifying, oh, the lights are switching off. Oh, they're very corrupt. Look, white people are patient. They are the most patient people. Look, these people, that's why in their own society, they have what called apartment, what people call condos and everything. They allow everybody to have a home to sleep on. So if you're junkie or something like that, they create a job system whereby you can go to a job center and look for a job without not bribing anybody to offer you a job. They already have this thing, check out. But blacks are not really like that. Blacks want you to come and lay down for them and beg them to get a job. I'm not gonna lie to you, Carla. I'm from a territory whereby if you didn't have way to help yourself, if you're poor, even your rich uncle will not even allow you to come to his home. Or even when you come to his home, he will offer you a place to stay. You will be like a gate man, the guy that wash car every day, every morning, that wash the fleet of his cars or clean his house. If you're lucky, maybe can give you a chance. Then you can hold your chance, and then you be boom. Then you bust up there. Then you find your way. Then if you reach, you will start saying, yeah, they want to belong to you. So what's really happening in South Africa now? The same people that prefer Mandela and the same people that prefer, oh, the lights are shutting out. South Africa has almost become like a failed state. They just, if you listen to YouTube, the way they go after, because these black people refuse to figure out how to alleviate a lot of things. Yes, South Africa is far more developed than any African country. They are far ahead just because of the white people that came there and that did all these things. I bet you just wait for the next 10 years, everything these black people who are on top that will crumble. Because these black people want to be billionaires. They want to be something else. They're not really for their own interest. Yeah, they're only for their own interest. So if white people can be patient for 30 years, amplify Mandela, now for the next 30 years, guess what they will do? They want that country back to themselves. They will amplify everything. The corrupt way of these black leaders, what they're wrong, what they're doing. All this so-called Ramaphosa, forget, it's just anti-fake. It's not really what he said he is. This fake Pan-Africanism, this fake pro-Palestinian is just all fake. If behind the scenes is doing business with Israelis, this TV show fakeness, that's what is killing Africa. The lady also that's also in US talking about Pan-Africanism, Wakanda land, she's also fake. She's just looking for money. She's, first of all, go to Zimbabwe, figure out how to help Zimbabwe. If South Africa was really pro Pan-Africanism, why is Zimbabwe still poor with all this sanctions? Check out what happened to Russia, what the Chinese did. What the Chinese did to Russia. The sanction didn't work on Russia because the Chinese step in. When you figure out your country, you know why? Because Putin put his country first. He put his country first than any other thing. He said, I'm married to this country. Look at India. Why India is becoming far more powerful. But Africa still remains standstill because African leaders are more interested in buying mansions in some of these areas where they say, oh, I have a mansion where John Major is living. I have a mansion where Tony Blair is staying. I have a mansion close to the Queen Palace. That's what the African people know, or finished product. But they can't see why president of prime minister of London, these Westerners have no mansion in Africa, but they're the one going to buy mansions. They have their money there, But there's no single bank account of these Western leaders in Nigeria or in African country. They prefer their chicken than their beautiful chicken in Africa. Look, Caleb, let me be honest to you, man. I'm married to a white woman. I lived with her for 26 years. I know their mindset. I know the way they think. I know what she taught me, the strategic thinking, the patientness. Don't how to see things ahead. What you think, you work towards it. Don't just think you just jump from now to there. White people have no emotions when they want to attack societies. They are very emotionless. Generally, they don't even smile too much. They balance. Their emotions is not hype up like with black people hype up when they're happy or when they're sad. They just balance. You can see only in their eyes and even their teeth, even with a smile, you can see much in their teeth, but just in their eyes. Okay, she's happy or he's happy. So black people doesn't have such things at all. We are from 0 to 100. Neither we corrupt it 1000% or we destroy it 1000%. That's just the truth.
Yeah, we don't basically have delayed the perfect example of delayed gratification is the Japanese, right? When Commodore Perry opened up Japan and Japan felt humiliated and everything like that by the West and all stuff like this, right? They formed a republic, right? They said, we got to learn from the West. We got to do all this stuff like this. They're going to teach us. We have to bring Westerners in to help show us how to build railways, modernize our ports, modernize everything like that. This would just happen overnight. The Japanese were thinking about this for 2.5 centuries before the West came there and opened them up by force. So they had a scholarship class that basically said Japan's going to have to be changed because look what's going on all around Asia. Japan knew around it that the Westerners were moving into China, they took the Philippines and all that. They said, Japan, if we're going to save our islands, our island nation, we're going to have to become a unified nation. We have to get rid of the samurai and we have to modernize. They already knew that for hundreds of years before the West came there. So when they put that into practice and they abolished the samurai and had a national army and national police and everything, they had to modernize, right? Japan said, look, in order for us to basically be a great country, we have to sacrifice. So Japanese sacrifice and everything like that. And then the sacrifice paid off with the Russo-Japanese War. When Japan defeated Russia, they realized that the years of sacrifice, the years of hard work and industrialization, the years of living on rice and a little bit of fish, and everything was worth it because they got the satisfaction of having their nation recognized as a world power after the Russo-Japanese War. And then 40 years later, Japan really achieved when it attacked the American naval fleet in Pearl Harbor, And Japan had this thing called Climb Mount Niyataka, and Tora means we achieved total surprise. Now that was 80 years after Japan became a republic, right? They were now a world power, right? Now, with the Africans, the Europeans know that Africans would not sacrifice 50 years, right, to get themselves together to challenge them. That's why, Africa, black people, we're really no threat to them. We're no real threat to them, because they know sooner or later, like why now this guy, Ibrahim Traore, wants to build his country, right? He has a right spirit. He's telling his people, we could sacrifice and everything like that to build Burkina Faso, but he's not going to go so far unless the rest of the region joins in with him, and sacrifice and whatnot. We have to go without for a little while for 20 years, so be it. You know, all I'm saying in the modern world, all I'm asking for is about 10 to 20 years of sacrifice. You know, 10 to 20 years of both sides of the continent thing. The Black African Americans, the Black American diaspora, and Africa take 20 years of sacrifice. You know, 20 years. That's all I'm asking for. 20 years to build this infrastructure. You know, they're going to hit us with sanctions. They're going to hit us with divisions. They're going to hit us with everything, right? But we could pull together for 20 solid years. We could free ourselves. But people don't want to do that. They want the here and now. You know, they want what they want now. They want to eat now. They want to floss now and everything like that. They don't want to sacrifice. And your white people, they'll sacrifice. They'll be like this. Like the white people in South Africa, you think they're worried about the black government? 30 years. They said 30 years. Oh, we wait 30 years. They know eventually the ANC is going to collapse. You know, they're going to collapse. And they're going to come back to power. They're willing to sacrifice and whatever like that. Wait 20 years for you to mess up so bad that you got to. Whites in South Africa are not going nowhere. No matter what Juju Malema says, you know, he's a clown, he's a buffoon. But I can't tell people that because Juju Malema's a real Pan-African hero because black people are not educated. They don't know anything about world history. They don't know anything about how the world works. We don't want to know how the world works. All we know is our emotions. Until the black race says, I want to sacrifice, I want to do without, whatever like that. We don't need the fancy cars and all stuff like that. We need to build infrastructure. We need to build our education system up. We need to build institutions and everything like that. Take 20 years to do all this stuff like that, you know, and create a culture. Let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. It translates to popular culture too. When Japan was rebuilding after World War II, right? The movies reflected Japan's rebuilding. For example, people think when we watch Godzilla movies in Japan, what that symbolized. That symbolized that Japan was surrounded by these monsters. Godzilla was symbolized America coming to burn Tokyo and stuff like this. And the tiny little Japanese against these big monsters and everything like that. Well, at the time, Japan was going through its era of heavy industry. Heavy industry meant that Japan had to sacrifice, you know, of seeing huge, giant steel mills, you know, belting out steel or whatnot. What was this all for? We have to sacrifice, right? And Japan became the major steel producer of the whole entire Asia. We have to build automobile industries and everything like that. It's going to be hard work working in these factories and everything like that, right? You know, and so Japan rebuilt itself and everything. And in the movies and the popular culture, it reflected that, you know. But Africans, we want to talk about hip hop and Afro beats right now. We want to be rap stars. We want to be Afro beat stars and everything like that. We want it all now and everything. And we're not serious about building a real infrastructure, sacrificing ourselves. Do you agree with that, Condola? You know, we're about play and foolishness. You know, play and foolishness is part of it. And the white people, the Arabs and all that, y'all not going nowhere. Y'all not building nothing. You're not building anything. Y'all can't compete with us because sooner or later, man, what you talk or not, they're going to be like, y'all got to come to us for loans. Yeah, wherever it's going to be built in the continent, whether it's us or the Chinese, you got to deal with somebody else. You're never going to have nuclear submarines. You never have nuclear weapons. You're never going to have all this stuff like that to defend yourself. You're never going to have all these things and everything. Even for the most part, the airline industry in Africa, where you're still relying on Europeans for most of the air travel in Africa by Europeans. Everything that goes ships, there's no shipping companies, no shipping line. We haven't even come together and said, look, let's have a United African Shipping Lines, you know? Where are we making the money off our shipping that goes to and from the African continent? Africa lose $100 billion a year net outflow because foreign firms control most of the logistics on the continent. Because we don't want to sacrifice. It's not fun. It's not sexy. It's not immediate. It's not instant gratification. And so what we do is we talk about the Europeans and the Mzungus and everybody else. And the Mzungus are sitting back saying, hey, y'all can talk about all we want, but guess who you're going to come to get your shit built? Us. The white man sitting back ain't worrying about the black race. You think he cares about Julius Malema? No. You know, until we have that sacrifice of 20 years, at least 20 years. Back in the days, countries, nations took 80 years. Now with technology, I would say 10 to 20 years. 10, 20 years of basically buckling down and doing this thing, getting this real Pan-African world thing. If people don't listen to anything I say and whatnot, and people say, you know, Kala, I like what you're saying, but I don't think you should be the leader. If you could take my words and take what I'm doing and do it yourself, hey, fine. If somebody else wants to be the leader of this, hey, you go right ahead. So long as the work is being done. You know? Yes, we need an African border. This is why I propose a border that's African, right? If you are what I call a special person or specialist field or special skill, yes, you should be borderless. If you are a doctor, you should be able to there should be a standard wage for doctors all over the continent, right? That when you go to a hospital in any country in Africa, you should see doctors working together from all over the continent, working in hospitals. If Ghana's producing doctors and whatnot, you know, why are the Ghanaian doctors working in the West? Why is all the some of the engineers that Kenya produced working in this Germany and all these other countries and everything? Why hasn't there been like? That's what we mean by borderless. Take the what's the word I'm looking for? The vital strategic people should come first. If you're a venture capitalist, right, you should be borderless. If you're a business person or a logistics person, something like that with high skills, and you organize a business or you're a hedge fund operator, you should be able to operate freely throughout the continent. Then you enfranchise lower levels of people, maybe workers. You might have abundance of one country might have an abundance of welders and everything like that. Then those people should come next and everything. And then the laymen, you know, the shop owners and everything like that. But that should be limited so it don't overburden the local people. But all those things could be done if you have an intelligent people working together. But we have not done that. We're competing with each other. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah talked about a technology pool. And they overthrew him because a lot of people in Ghana didn't understand what he was talking about. He says, no way the continent is going to develop divided like this. So the concentration of brain power and trust should be concentrated in certain areas so we could develop the continent. There should be an African military command with military experts from each country and whatnot should have an African military command. What's the African Union if you don't have a military command? And peacekeeping force. These are the words of real Pan-Africanism, real stuff that we're talking about tonight. It says Afrikstan plans, your plan, Kala, lead the way. Yeah, look. You know, I came up with the Afrikstan ideology 30 years ago. I said, what we need is that one state that can coordinate the whole continent together. That one state that we could bring the diaspora and black people, the intelligentsia in one place to build outside of any colonial or any sort of colonial ties or anything like that. That one state, that one place that's dedicated to African liberation. Now, if that does not happen and everything like that, don't tell me about the Mzungus. Don't tell me about any of this stuff like this because bottom, and don't tell people to come to the African continent. We're not really trying to build it. No, this is not fun and games. When you talk about the continent of Africa, building Africa, this is not fun and games. Yeah, we can go to Africa and enjoy ourselves and have a good time and everything like that, but this is real life here. This is life and death here. And the difference between us and everybody else is other people, Asians, they get their business thing. They get their business stuff straight first. And then they party and have fun later. But we want to have fun first. We want to go and build big mansions. We want to go and party. We want to do all stuff like this. And that's all good when you got your ducks in a row. You can't talk about telling people to come to Africa and you got unrest and stuff, of serious unrest in countries and everything like that, because we don't want to do the right thing. So, we got any more videos I want to play, Bomani? I want to talk about one video. I know we're getting late, but I want to talk about this one video. Hold up. I'm going to send it to you again. Yeah, that last video I sent you, Bomani, it's like 2 minutes long.
All right, let me get it real quick. Yeah, that video is one of those violent videos.
But we got to play. I hope we don't get flagged, but, you know.
Yeah, it will. I mean, this bunch of people getting shut up. I mean, what's the purpose of that anyway? This
Well,
I mean,
let me find another video. Let me find another video that doesn't have the violence on it.
Yeah, play something clean.
Yeah.
So Kidola got off and the other buddy got off.
Yeah.
So nobody want to talk with you tonight, Kala. So
yeah, let me play.
You can close whenever you're ready.
Yeah, let's see. Let me see. I'm gonna find another video that wasn't violent. You know. Let me look at it first. Let me skim through it first. Okay, this is Al Jazeera. This wasn't that. Well, this shows death. What? No, this is
all good, bro. You don't gotta even show a video to prove your point, but say what you're saying.
It's called the Mariana shooting that happened like 12 years ago in South Africa. Where I really want to show was this one lady, South African lady, talk about these people had it coming to them and all stuff like this. And that's why back then, and she was like one of these bougie South African ladies that I guess she was part owner of the mine or whatever like that. You know, what they do is they put black people in positions of power, and they start oppressing the wrong people just for freaking talking about me. And the soldiers that were shooting them are black South African soldiers. You know, black South African soldiers shooting up these poor people because they were protesting living conditions and safety conditions and pay in the South African held mines, you know. Bruty says, Kala, are you amazed of blue carbon of Liberia's land say is part of that carbon credit scheme ain't going no place. That was negotiated to George Ware. It's not going no place. I tell people all the time, even Kazorian was talking about that carbon credit is a freaking is a joke. That ain't going nowhere, you know. Trust me. When the new government comes in Liberia and everything like that, that's all gonna be gone. You know, all these stupid things like the carbon credit and all this kind of nonsense and foolishness that the West is trying to impose in Africa and whatnot, carbon credits and whatnot, all this freaking nonsense and everything like that. It's not going any place, you know. You know, a lot of times people sign up for this stuff when they don't know what they're getting themselves into. So it ain't going on. I'm not worried about the stupid carbon credits and everything. But back to what I was saying about the South African mining situation, that's basically a classic example of the African bougie elite. They were basically saying, I was actually shocked when I saw that years ago. that happened back in 2012. And I was saying to myself, how do you basically justify massacring these people? Yeah, they were rioting and everything like that, but they were unarmed. And you had soldiers that gunned down these protesters on the mines and everything. And the people that were justifying it were black. You know, I said that's the legacy of Mandela and the black government in South Africa, that you're going to shoot your own people, that the black life in South Africa means nothing, you know, because they're talking about progress. You know, we're making progress just because you got a nice house and everything like that. And you're a black diamond, which we call South Africa black diamonds. These are the black people who are getting rich post-apartheid, you know, and the masses be damned. And when the masses start talking about stuff like rioting and stuff like that over economics and poverty and everything like that, you point the fingers at the Indians, you point the fingers at the whites, you point the fingers at everybody else but yourself. And you could just say, you know something, we got ourselves in over our heads. You know, we saw this country, we want to live the good life and everything like that. And then we didn't take time, we didn't take 20 years to buckle down and build this black infrastructure of the continent, like Kidola was saying, like Zimbabwe right now. Why is Zimbabwe poor when it has one of the richest countries in the world to its south? You know, and so, like I said, why? Because the black Bougie elite don't give a damn about the friggin' the masses, you know? You know, so you better be careful about that when you talk about. That's why I say when you go to the African continent, the best thing black people in America do is stick together. You know, form our own banks, our economic cooperatives and everything like that. Because the only way you're going to survive on the continent, because look, you know, there's no social safety net in the freaking people on the continent. You know, there's nobody gives a fuck about you, you know? So if you don't believe that, anything I say, you better listen to that, you know? Maricon should. I think it's going to be no problem for Ramaphosa. Yeah, but I don't think he was president at the time. It was Zuma that was president at the time. I believe that when that happened, it was Zuma that was president. You know. And the bottom line is, look, you know, they want to bury that story, but I'm not going to let that story go away. I saw a massacre with my own eyes. And now there's two things that's going on in South Africa. I might have said it before the show's over, right? There's a blame white people and blame black immigrants going on in South Africa. There's a huge campaign of people saying we want the Mozambicans, we want the Malawians, we want the Zimbabweans out. We want the Somalis out. We want the Nigerians out and everything. They're causing all our problems. That's a real movement. And when people start talking like that in Africa, that translates to violence. You know, that translates to violence. So you have a country on edge right now, you know, where at any time, you've seen the massacres that happened in South Africa, where hundreds of Zimbabweans are rounded up, burned alive right there and stuff like this. This is real. The South Africans blaming the Zimbabweans because they work cheaper or they work harder, whatever like that, than them and everything like that. You know, people have economic problems and everything like that, but you know, they will never lift a finger to white people. White people know they're not going to be harmed. You know, there was some white farming killings. Majority of people killed in South Africa are black Africans. Even on the white farms, the people who were killed on mostly white farms are mostly black workers. So this is what you have, because we have an African fake, the enemy within the African Bougie elite, who never basically said, you know something, we took over a complex country. So South Africa was not a banana republic. South Africa was the main industrial hub of the whole entire sub-region. So basically, South Africa had a responsibility, being in its position, for the whole entire region. And the black government in South Africa fumbled it for the last 30 years. Because they got rich, they became millionaires, and they like this, and the average African don't give a damn. There should be enough wealth in Southern Africa, right, to give everybody jobs and opportunity. You know, it is a truth. So it's a truth. It is a truth. It's a truth. It's a truth. But I hope we made our point tonight, Brother Bomani, you know?
Always, Carla, always make the point. Yes, Carla Genesis breaking it down again, family.
Yeah, so one last call, folks. Anybody want to come on and say your piece? We only got a few minutes left. You can just say what you want to say. Click the link and just come on and say what you have to say, and we're going to close out, you know? We know to do reverse engineering strategy. So what Japan did, like Honorable Clark suggested, tap existing knowledge, information, emergent. Yeah, we need the technology, you know? We need a coordinated stuff. Everything we do should not benefit other people. We should learn how to build for ourselves, you know, and have a technology pool. Right now, we have people getting educated, but they're not building anything for the black world. You know, everybody want their degrees. I got my degree. My degree. I got a degree in this. I got money and everything like that. You know, all foolishness. And I want people to take away from the show and whatnot, you know. Having money and all that, that's nice. But if you're not building infrastructure, black African infrastructure, you're not building institutions and everything, if you're not elevating our people and whatnot, we're not doing anything. You know? Well, so miss me with all this, oh yeah, somebody's doing well, they got money and blah, blah. We're not building infrastructure. We're not building a global black business pipeline. We're doing absolutely nothing. And like I said, a lot of these people that call themselves Pan-Africanists, you know, they're going to fall. They're going to fall. Bantu people, so were not capable of running South Africa postpartum. If Bantu people were not capable, what should have been strategic uplifting? I never said Bantu people were incapable. You know, I never said incapable. Everyone human being is capable, right? It's the mindset. I think Baruti don't understand what I be saying. You know, the Bantu people are human just like anybody else. But it's the mindset. It's our culture of instant gratification, our culture of not delaying gratification, our culture of play and foolishness, our culture of being emotional, like Kiddo said, going from 0 to 100 and everything like that. Well, other groups of people basically see the bigger picture. That's the problem, you know? How can you basically be head of a government like South Africa and look at all these surrounding countries and everything like that? You know, how many hundreds of millions of people in Southern Africa, right? And say, man, we don't really have to do any business with the West forever. We got a whole entire continent. We got the industrial base and everything. We could have basically built the infrastructure for the whole entire continent, but they basically didn't do that. They got jobs with the now just recently, just today, a white South African businessman just bought Nigeria's largest brewery. The white South Africans have benefited the most post-apartheid. They love the fact that, man, I remember watching this thing and never forget this as long as I live, right? It was called Invest Africa, something like that, back in like 2009, right? Where you had these white guys that were just basically drinking beer, and they were just like, I guess they made some millions of dollars, right? Like they were just Africa, and it was like, and something just didn't rub right with me. Like these guys just celebrating, they're on a boat and they're just drinking beer and they're just high-fiving and whatnot. Why? Because they're making millions of dollars. Post-apartheid South Africa has made so many white people rich. Now they can penetrate into the rest of the continent using the channels that South Africa, the diplomatic channels South Africa created. You know, you got South Africa MTN and places like that. Yeah, they got black people working for them and everything, but they're getting super duper rich, more richer than they ever. They said, man, had we known that we were gonna get this rich, we would have let Mandela out years earlier. And then some black people were basically worked for South African breweries and these other companies and everything like that. The first time in them basically coming from a shanty town or whatever, and they getting there, they crisscrossing the continent, making business deals and everything. And to us, it looked like, oh, Africa's gonna come up. Yeah, that looks good. People wearing a shirt and tie with their cell phones and their laptops out and blah, blah, blah. They're facilitating this and they're working for this company right here. But it didn't change the dynamics of the continent. You still got a white population, an Indian population that controls it. That's at the top, and that's exactly what happened. And so we, and like I said, the elite, black elite in Africa, they benefited post apartheid, right? It never trickled down to the masses of the people. The masses of the people, because they didn't build the black companies, the black infrastructure from the top down like the Japanese did, right? Where the Japanese enfranchise local businessmen and everything. Mitsubishi does about half of his business with local suppliers and supply chains and manufacturers, everything on a local level to give enfranchisement and opportunity. Like, we didn't do that. South African companies, if they were really black owned, they could have been like, hey, look, we're going to organize you, teach you how to run this warehouse. We're going to teach you how to run this factory. You're going to supply us with this. That's how you enfranchise people. That did not happen. And 30 years, who knows? Maybe the next 30 years, people will listen to this and say, maybe we need to be a change, So it is, So I never say that Bantu people are just our culture. And like I said, black people on the whole, for the most part, have been taught that we need to be colorblind and not see race. And it doesn't work like that in the real world. Because when it comes down to business and everything like that, it is based on race. Stuff like that. I suspect that the main aim of apartheid was to steal gold from the region. That's why South African gold is headed across the world, the world's gold reserves. College Genesis, Rwanda is a country with the OC based on his leadership. Yeah, and they're attacking Paul Kagame. I like Paul Kagame's leadership, and they're attacking him, blah, 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 because he got his country. If the rest of the country don't want to get itself together, he said, I'm going to make Rwanda that place in Africa. I'm doing all these things. I'm following the Lee Kuan Yew model. And so I give hats off to Paul Kagame in Rwanda. Rwanda is about to build a nuclear power plant, nuclear power plant. And so yeah, I have no problem with what Paul Kagame is doing. People don't like what he's doing. Oh, he's a dictator and everything like that. Look, you got to do what you got to do. He's reconciled two people that hated each other. It's illegal to even talk about Hutus and Tutsis in public. But we let white people come to African countries and talk about our differences right in front of us, and that makes people feel a certain way. It alienates people when now you go to a country when not. Yeah, I like the Zulus better than the Xhosas and everything. And next thing you know, the Zulus, Xhosas start fighting, and when that white person sitting back like, look at these fools. It's a play on power. In Rwanda, you cannot be a white person walking around talking about the Hutus and Tutsis and what happened and whatnot. They're gonna look at you sideways and maybe even arrest you for instigating stuff. So there's a lot we do. The bottom line, a lot of people have ideas. Abdul Sharif have a lot of ideas, but those ideas have to translate into government policy. How that's going to happen, I have no idea. It seems like the people with the ideas are the ones without power. and the people with the power have no ideas. That's the problem when you have a country that was handed to you by somebody else, and your country only exists for the benefit of a country, the people that handed you the power. Now you go behave yourself, everything, you can be in power. You get all love and the trappings of power, and like this President Adu of Ghana, when now he thinks he's a big shit, going around talking to heads of state. I'm the president of Ghana and whatnot. You know, yeah, they'll let you have that once so long as you're doing what they tell you to do. That's not real power. You know, that's not real power. You know, I have hope for this Ibrahim Troy, this young guy, 36 years old. You know, and it just comes from the fact that he just sees he wants better for his country. You know, I just hope it works. I pray it works out for him. You know, because like I said, you know, this is what it is. Something has to give. We cannot let 100 years go, another 100 years go by. The words we're speaking right now, Marcus Garvey said back 100 years ago. There's an old Confucius philosophy that says the philosophy of one century should be just common sense in the next. What we're talking about now, we should be implementing. We shouldn't be having this conversation right now. We should be basically all the stuff that we talk about building infrastructure should be going on right now. We should be on YouTube talking about what we talked about 100 years ago. That's why I said I miss me with this. Well, Umar John talking about, oh, we're going to have these conferences. I don't want to attend another goddamn Pan-African conference, you know? Don't invite me. I don't want to attend. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to hear no more great speakers, no more talkers, no more anything. That was so last century. Everything that was said was need to be said. Now I'm talking about what we need to do right now, going forward. Colin, I don't know if you address this, but all your views on the policy and sources of new because government in Liberia, like what's he need? Like, look, this guy, Buckeye, he contacted my partner, Mr. Rosenthal, his people to meet Mr. Rosenthal, and basically, Buckeye have known Rosenthal for a long time, but because of he was a vice president of the Surly, whatnot, he couldn't get stuff done. Now he basically wants a lot of the things that Rosenthal introduced as far as like an industrial plant processing rubber into rubber products and everything. He wants that. He invited Mr. Rosenthal to put plans on building a micro city, smart city in Liberia. And Mr. Rosenthal called me and thanked me that I never gave up on Liberia. And then all of my partners in Liberia are now coming back to life, talking about, yeah, now things will be done because now the right sort of people. And I have nothing against George Weah, but he didn't see the vision. You know, he didn't see the vision. And they certainly thought they were going to hand the thing off to George Weah to protect her own interests in there. And so basically, they'll run in Liberia like their own personal property and country club. And let me tell you something. Liberia is not a banana republic. It's not a country up for grabs. And these people, when Booker takes office and people start getting audited and you're going to start seeing people getting indicted and everything like that for corruption and everything like that, a lot of heads are going to roll. I got the inside scoop. Yeah, Sierra Leone, Liberia, people understand. You got all these mines. Why isn't there a high-speed rail, a highway system connecting Freetown with Monrovia? You know how much economic activity that would generate? It's the mindset. You know, it's the mindset. We're not inferior. We just don't have the mindset to think on this level. And then when you think on this level, you have to be able to act on it and manifest it. These two big cities on the coast right there, Freetown and Monrovia, should have long been tethered together. as far as trade, commerce, travel, and stuff like that. You know, that region, that coastline could be a bustling place of investment and everything like that. Those two countries work together. Like I said, it's the mindset. We have to change our mindset. We're in no position to be talking about, oh yeah, the Mzungus, blah, blah. No. We have a black mindset that's poisoned our people from continent to continent. You know, we let other races of people rule us, talk down to us, feed us, clothe us, dictate to us and whatnot. And we go out there even fight for other people before we fight for ourselves. You got black people divided over what Israel and Palestine. No one gives a damn about what's going on in the Congo right now, what's going on in Cameroon and everything. But you oh man, the Palestinians, you got black people fist fighting each other based on who supports Israel, who supports Palestine. You see the foolishness? So somebody want to come in, if you want to end the show, Bomani, we can go ahead and close out.
Nobody want to talk to you, Color?
I guess not, man. You know, where is it?
Family, what's happening, man? Click on the link and come talk to Color. Color dropping that knowledge and science.
Yeah, that's only Carl Genesis could do. You know, that's what I'm here for. You know, I told you I was holding all this shit in, right?
There you go, man. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely, family. So, we started off with that video, and I know that got some folks wobbling, but that was the video.
Yeah, so we're like I said, you know,
showing these folks tearing each other apart.
Yeah, people, like I said,
the great prince.
Yeah,
believing in all this kingship.
And the bottom line is this: do you want to play a video with the Yorubas pulling the dog apart? You know, you want to play that?
Let me find that one.
And building in Africa doesn't mean that we have to get into any degenerate practices Africans do. You know, we don't have to do that. You know, we don't have to eat fucking dog meat on the side of the road. You know, fucking and shit like this. You know, we don't have to do all that. You know, we don't have to do all that. That folks, that's not really anything. We have to basically elevate ourselves and maintain our standards of life and living and progress. You know, the science, technology, and infrastructure does not belong to the whites and the Asians. High standards of living, education, and peace and tranquility, right, don't belong to the white world. Sad when people got to go to Africa. Oh, Europe is fantastic. Why can't you make your own country? Ibrahim Traore said, we're going to create paradise in Burkina Faso. He believes in this country. That's what I like to hear. You know, let's create paradise in Africa, not in Europe. That's a video I saw online just disturbing me, you know. Some Yoruba practice, they're torturing a dog and whatnot. You know, this is not good. And I don't have to do this. I didn't even watch the video, so I don't know what's gonna happen. They're pulling the poor dog apart.
Hello.
I don't know if we're gonna play the whole thing with money. That was brutal.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, yo.
Now, what is that gonna do? Is that gonna make somebody rich and powerful? Do people really believe in this stuff?
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You know,
all he did was just kill an innocent dog.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything but torture the innocent dog. I mean, for me, this is straight savagery.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't do that for. I can't rock with that. I can't rock with that. Sorry.
Your boy with his Nigerian passport talking about Nigeria is where it's at. That's where it's at.
I'm sorry, I can't do that. Sorry.
That should be the focus of the Pan-African movement. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't do that, folks. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. All this degenerate stuff and everything, you know, degenerate behavior when not degenerate behavior in Africa, degenerate behavior in America when not. We can't do this. We have to elevate ourselves to a higher consciousness of civility. I do believe people know better. People know right from wrong. You know, torturing a dog is wrong. That's evil. That's not good. You know, everything. And that really right there is disturbing. I've seen worse, bro. Trust me. But we can't play this stuff on this show because we'll get flagged and whatever like that, you know? You know, we can't play this stuff on the show and whatnot, you know? So, like I said, when you go to Africa, we're going there to build. We want to build civilization. We want to build stuff like that. We're not going there to get into degeneracy and backwardness and savagery, you know? It doesn't work like that, you know?
I did go. That's another one of your videos.
Okay, let's see what she says.
Many Africans have been sold a lie, and the lie is the American dream or the European dream. That, you know, irrespective of the challenges that you're going through in Africa, don't worry. Just look for money, save up, leave the continent by whatever means. Once you land in America or Europe, things are going to align for you. It is a lie. It's always been a lie. And even now, in this hyperinflation economy, where jobs are hard to come by, it's a bigger lie. And Africans are now paying the brunt. So many of them are stuck in America and Europe, and they have nothing to do, nowhere to go, and don't even have the means to come back to the African continent because they just can't comprehend the fact that they risked everything for nothing.
The main perspective in the life in Europe is the same as the life they call it in the hell.
In hell?
Say, the life in Europe is life in the hell. Because in example, in Europe, everything based on documents.
Documents, right.
And if you are not having documents, what are you going to do? Italian have a word called black job, which is lavoro nero.
Right.
That is what you are going to do. And you are going to work.
That? What is a black
lavoro
job?
nero means work without contract.
Okay.
You go to farm
to
go
farms.
and plug maybe oliver from 8, sometimes 7:30 up to 5 o'clock in the evening time in this heat, and they are going to give you 25 euro.
How much is that?
Hey, is that Afrodamas?
Yeah, it looks like Afrikaans to me.
25 euro without food.
You can't survive on that.
You cannot survive on that in Italy here. Because if you are paying house rent, you are paying baller bill, you are paying condominium, you are paying water bill, life stuffs, plus what you are going to eat, increase of your shelter.
Hello there, how you doing? Welcome to another episode of our conversations. My name is Indira Ganga. I'm a business journalist by profession and a digital content creator. I love coming on here and talking to you guys about Black people, Africans, our empowerment, and how we can rise up and take our rightful place at the global stage. Today, I want to talk about 77% episode that DW did a while back. So there is a rising number of immigrants in Europe, particularly from West Africa, who risk everything everything to leave the African continent and find their way to Europe. Let me just contextualize this a little bit. I lived in Ghana for a while, 2 years to be specific. And it was very new and very interesting for me because as a Kenyan, at least in my little world that I lived in Kenya, we were not that committed to leaving our country and go to America until I got to Ghana, and literally almost every young person I met was working towards leaving the country. America, Europe, Canada, anywhere but that country. And it's a problem not just in Ghana, West Africa, and now by extension, Africa, because now Kenya has also lost the privilege that it had, and everybody is just trying to leave because these economies are literally not working. They're not serving us. They're not helping us. There are no jobs. And when you get jobs, the pay is not good, and you're being abused at work, and the conditions are not favorable. And you think to yourself, maybe if I find my way to America or Europe, things might be better. Irrespective of the job I get, at least I'll get a job, I'll make a decent living, and I can build up. Isn't that the American dream? You find your way in, maybe you go back to school, you graduate, get a job, get a house, get a car, get a wife, get kids, and eventually get citizenship, the green card, the passport, right? But it doesn't work like that anymore. At least not for the majority of young people that are risking their life. What is currently happening is young people are selling everything that they have. Their parents are selling everything that they have so they can cross by the desert. Remember, immigration rules have become more stringent. So people are immigrating illegally to these countries, anything to get out of the country. And people are taking the most dangerous routes to leave the African continent. People are crossing the desert. I don't know how to put this to you, but the desert has the harshest conditions known to mankind. It's so hot during the day and extremely cold during the night. And because of how long the journey is, eventually you run out of supplies, Then you meet very brutal police at the border, who will take you and maybe probably take you back and dump you halfway in the desert. If you're trying to cross by sea, the conditions in the sea can be very rough. And so Africans are risking everything that they have to cross over to the other side. When they get to the other side, what is waiting for them? Challenges. And these are not challenges that you cannot navigate because one, you got there illegally, so getting papers is not easy. Getting a hold of papers is not easy, and this is a system where papers are everything. So if you don't have the right papers, then you can't get a job, you can't get a driving license, you can't get a social security number, then you're just another Jane Doe. Like you don't exist in the system. And employers know this. When you don't exist in the system, you can't. It's almost like you don't exist in that place. You go from even just basic things. You can't access healthcare. You can't access transport. You can't access even housing can be a challenge sometimes. And some of these things just outside of paperwork, they require money. That brings me to the next point. Jobs. There are literally little to no jobs that you can do if you're an illegal immigrant, right? Because who wants to hire somebody who's an illegal immigrant? It's against the laws of the country. So whatever job you get, it's going to be manual jobs, and these are jobs that do not pay well, and they are hard jobs. The conditions are hard, and your employer knows that you really need this job, so they will treat you whichever way they want because there's nobody or no system in place that protects you. The system does not even know you exist in that place. You can die and nobody cares. Nobody will press charges because, first of all, you never existed in that system. And you know why they take it and they endure it? Because they have families at home. Families that sold everything to ensure that they leave the country and make their way to Europe or America to chase that dream. And the family, literally, I don't want to say they do not care, but also they do not care. You're in America, do whatever it takes. Send money back home, support the family. That was part of the deal. And so you're abroad and you're juggling so many things and so many challenges, and this just breaks my heart, but also warms my heart because it's very important for Africans who are there to stop romanticizing life in Europe and America and start telling people the actual truth. Because when we know the truth, then we think twice about immigrating, particularly immigrating illegally. And that will push us to start rethinking how do we improve the systems and structures on the African continent. We need this place to work. This is our home. And that begins by making the right political decisions, then ensuring that we have strong institutions that ensure checks and balances in the political system. And if these people do not do their due diligence that they promised us during the election cycle, by the next election cycle, we do not retrieve into our tribal cocoons and become idiots once again. We vote based off of somebody's track record and meritocracy.
TV, by the social media, call it Facebook, whatever.
Right.
The image.
The cannabis industry is exploding nationwide, and that's why I
loose. Now, this create false conception in the youth. You know, we are talking about youth who think that what they see on the movies they watch in their poor conditions are actually true of Europe. It's a disillusion. When they arrive here, they feel that it's not the dreamland. You know, this is the fiasco that has become a generational stuff, and that is much of the time we are not talking about only labor drainage. We are also talking about brain drainage because we are talking about the youth. Mama, Africa is suffering because what are the sources that people are believing? The colonial stories or what their brothers, what we are speaking now, so that people who are speaking as our brothers do not brave through the Sahara Desert or do not take the Mediterranean Sea. That's a cemetery we are calling. This is the worst post-modern genocide that is killing Africa, and I call this a generational destruction. We are not only talking about those people who lost their life here. I've seen a lot of dry bones, dry people, dry skulls, more in the Sahara Desert that I cannot see here. And anyone who are brave through never thought he is going to make it. It was just on luck. Why do people have to be constrained to make this thing? Most of our brothers and sisters, what they do here is to go and take a picture in front of a Ferrari, and that's really disinformation, misinformation.
It's not true. It's
and
not the
this is
reality.
why this
Yeah.
type of whatever you call it, irregular migration, whatever, those prejudices, I don't accept it. But this is what lead to migration begetting itself.
Right. And I want to come to you, Ishmael, because
most of us, our parents sell their property to let us travel because of what our senior brothers who entered into Europe first came and sell it back home. That if you want to get a better life at the age of 18 to 35, the best place for you to enter is Europe, and which is not true.
Elijah, you
Main perspective in the life in Europe is the same as the life they call it in the hell.
in hell.
Say the life in Europe is life in the hell, because in example in Europe, everything based on documents. And if you are not having documents, what are you going to do? Italian have a word called black job, which is lavoro nero. That is what we are going to do. And we are going to work.
What is a black
Lavoro
job?
nero means work without contract. You go to farm to go and plug maybe Oliver from 8, sometimes 7:30 up to 5 o'clock in the evening time in this heat, and they are going to give you 25 euro.
How much is that?
25 euro without food.
You can't survive on that.
You cannot survive on that in Italy here, because if you are paying house rent, you are paying baller bill, you are paying condominium, you are paying water bill, life stuffs, plus what you are going to eat, increase of your shelter.
I'll leave it there because I want to come back to you.
He said very important stuff there, because it boils to the document. In Italy, number one thing that's really important is the document. At first, it's not really easy, For I know, like when I came, it was not easy, because you have to go through the process, and even the process it takes time, And upon this, you get pressures from different aspects of your life. Like most of us, like immigrants, we have pressures from home. When we come there, like when we come to Italy, people call, like our parents call, family call, like, can you send me this? Can you do this? Can you do that? Not they forgot about, like, you have this like pressure that you are in a new place,
Ishmael, so
Personally, I want to speak to our politicians, and I call them sellouts, because they are not looking at the interests, the needs the vulnerability that constrain people to migrate, because to the Gambia or to Senegal, to African political leaders, it is convenient, even if we die in the streets, even if we die in the sea, as much as we can send remittances, it is convenient for them that we, the youths who are potential revolutionaries, leave the country and let them to dictate. So I'm telling Africans who are there that I am guilty for being here. If you come here, you are running from your work. You are running from changing Africa, and the generations that will become failures as well. I contributed to it, and you are also contributing to it. So if I am speaking, and if you can hear me today, I am saying I should get back, and then we should work on what is happening, because the future is in Africa. But the real question is the future in Africa for Africans? Are we talking about Chinese colonialists, or we are talking about multinationals who have stole us the traditional livelihoods that in fact we hate ourselves? Africa is still a colonial economy. So it depends on what people are running from. We cannot talk about the solution without talking about the causes of the problems.
Right.
It will be false that we will talk about, okay, people will stay there. Which we all live in one system, capitalism, that create illusions in everyone. I want to live in a house. It doesn't matter whether I live in the village or not. Who am I not to hope that I need the best for myself? We are slaved everywhere. We are discriminated. We are stigmatized. And I am not saying this is particularly Italy, but what are the other European countries who are helping Italy with the load of the migration since 2015?
Kala, he's scaring her, man. She about to freak out.
Yo,
those are like three different versions of Appodamus.
Yeah, but them bros was smart, because you look at somebody Appodamus, he thinks everything's all right. That's the reality. They say you go to Europe and everything like that. They sold a dream that you leave Africa. And I said this. African leaders have no problem with them young, strong brothers like that right there will overthrow them, you know? They would rather have them on boats and rafts and go like this, you know? They don't want to build a middle class and everything. They want to keep the people poor, you know? So they can rule, you know? Everything about Africa, the Africans, is about ruling somebody, you know? And like I said, that did not exist in Africa prior to the Europeans coming. You know, Europeans brought that mindset of you got to subjugate the people and keep them as peasants and all stuff like this. Why? Because the Europeans introduced one thing, that was a gunpowder, you know, the gun. Once guns came into Africa, that changed the whole dynamics of the continent, you know? Before you rule over somebody, you had to have their consent and everything, because Africa was a warrior society and everything, a scholar society. But when you basically have thugs call themselves chiefs and kings and everything with guns that can uproot a village and sell them off into slavery if they disobey, whatever like that, you know, that changed everything. And so this is what you have. These young guys, young guys, man, these young, beautiful Black African brothers, man, yeah, should be building their countries up when I got to go overseas to Europe and everything. And they understand, they see the things. Yeah, these African leaders are sellouts. They're all freaking sellouts. Don't be fooled by this nonsense, this fake Pan-Africanism. They want you focused on Europeans and white people and everything like that. The problem is these freaking African elite that's running the continent. That's the freaking problem. That's a problem Mr. Rosenthal had. That's a problem anybody I talked to on the continent when you bring them real solid solutions, how we can build together everything, and 2 weeks later you don't hear from them because people are not serious about building any real Pan-African links or building anything. It's all about what they can benefit from the day. You know, you gotta grease their palms a little bit and whatever like that, and all they care about is staying in power. And the bottom line is this: Africans go to European conferences for one thing, to reaffirm their grip on the power. When you see a president of Africa go and speak before these world economic forums and everything, it's just to put that back into their country, that they're the ones in power. Because they're the ones in power is because the Europeans decided they're in power. So don't be impressed by African leaders sitting down, shaking hands with either Putin or Biden or whoever else and everything. That's just a reaffirming thing. That's why these coups in West Africa were so necessary. It's to show people that, look, you do not have the power you think you have, Mara, Equatoria, Guinea, Niger situation taught me a lot about how the EU and NATO set democracy set up. The bottom line is, the Europeans have a hand in picking African leaders. They give them media coverage. They give them stuff like this. And you think you're going for a real democracy. First of all, what they do is they choose somebody from a popular tribe. That's the first thing. Your ideas be damned. If there was justice in Africa, PLO Lumumba will be head of state somewhere. No, but the Europeans basically, have you ever seen PLO Lumumba on CNN or any of these outlets? No, you don't. Where do you see PLO Lumumba at? The social media. He doesn't get the coverage that Julius Malema gets and Dr. Arikana gets and all these other people. Europeans have a vested interest in picking African leadership and cultivating African leadership for facilitating of keeping Africa the way it is. So we got our work cut out for us. And it's not that the Europeans are all that smart. They're when it comes to Africa, they're long-term, but they're short-sighted in the fact that what Africa needs. They're long-term in what they want and everything, but they have this idea that they're going to rule Africa and do this stuff forever. And if Niger and Mali, Burkina Faso, and what's the other one? Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and there's somebody else, Guinea, has taught you, right, that, nobody has the last word on what's going to happen in the future. They don't know what to do about Niger. They had some African leaders doing that. Tinubu talking about we're going to invade Niger or like that. I would love to see Nigeria send its troops into Niger when most of the troops will defect and whatnot, and Niger will end up friggin' taking half of northern Nigeria. Oh, I would love to see that happen. You got President Otto sitting down with Tony Blinken, talk about snitching on Burkina Faso, talk about, oh yeah, the Russians are there and whatnot, blah, blah, sitting down with, and Tony Blinken's like, well, what do you want us to do? And then for come to find out that the United Ghana recently got 100 Jeeps, military Jeeps, and some more money. Basically saying, I'll sell Burkina Faso out what they're doing for my own personal gain. So this is what you have on the continent. Nobody gives a damn about the youth, and nobody cares about this. It's all about them and their own their connections with Europe and how they can benefit and all this kind of stuff like this and everything. It's what it is. So tonight we will talk about the African elite, the enemy within, the African bougie elite. Don't believe anything they say. Don't believe anything they say. They'll tell you one thing and they mean another. And they're smart enough. They think they're smart enough to have black people in America. Yeah, man. I remember there was this one heavyset older black lady. Oh, I just love me some President Adu. She has a channel called Pan-Africanism. These new Pan-Africanist people, right? They read a couple of books and they think they know something one night. I said, look, lady, all due respect, you don't know what you're talking about, Adu's a crook, Nah, he's a man. He said about, yeah. The bottom line, when he made the speech, all the Europeans had left the conference. They just routed it up as African babble. They know that's going to happen. The Europeans have been dealing with Africans for 500 years. They know you're gonna run your mouth, talk a bunch of jingoists, nationalists. But they've been dealing with this for a long time. You know, they know how to deal with black people. They got black people so freaking mastered. You know, they know you're going to talk all this stuff because you're talking from a position of being powerless. They know you really have no power. So they're going to let you run your mouth. But, you know, Europeans don't talk. They do. They have real power. So they'll sit back and smile. They'll sit back and be quiet. They grin and bare their teeth. And they're patient. It's just like in Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book, right? Where he talked about the monkey kingdom, right? What were the monkey kingdom? These are people that live high in the forest, up in the trees and the canopies, in some abandoned civilization, and they start giving themselves titles and everything like that, and they were foolish, and they called themselves, they gave themselves and stuff like this because they were high, but nobody could test them and put to the test. So they basically elevate themselves as above everybody else in the forest and everything because they live high in this kingdom, and they basically said, "This is our kingdom now," and we're the bottom line. And they find out that these people are foolish, they're unthoughtful, and everything. They're silly, they're nonchalant, they're forgetful, and all this kind of foolish. That's what basically it was like a euphemism for the way the white man saw a lot of people of color. They're foolish in their kingdom when they think they're so high and mighty and everything like that, you know, but they really have never been put to the test. There was a Japanese cartoon anime called Alakazam, the Monkey King, you know. He did the same thing when he was king of his kingdom, but he knew there was a world outside the world of humans that were basically that he worried about and talked about and everything. Although he was a magician and great in his kingdom and everything, but you know, he was only as good as what he was in his kingdom. And this is what we have. These people are so insulated from the reality of the real world. So long as they keep their people in line and whatever like that, and the white man knows that, you know, as long as we keep who we want in power in Nigeria and these countries and everything will be good. Because all the satisfaction they get is ruling over people that look like them and can't fight back or can't do anything. So the Pan-African world has changed, and I don't want us to get trapped into that world of deceit and delusion by giving ourselves titles and all this kind of foolishness and nonsense. I'm about nation building. You know, real nation building. You know, real nation building. When we start building real nations and nations of the people, by the people, for the people. And government should exist for the benefit of the people. If a government exists for foreign corporations and foreign interests, it does not have the legitimacy. And it does not have legitimacy, it can be toppled, you know? And a democratic election does not mean that the person, the group, the government has legitimacy. We jumped into this democracy thing way too fast. We have an election. We don't like, geez, man, we had an election, but we're still poor. We still have nothing. You know, we have no industries. We have no infrastructure. You know, we have nothing. We're still in debt. We still got to go to overseas today. But we had an election. That's what the white man tells us. The most important thing is having an election. The election can't transform the people or build the country and everything like that, then the government means absolutely nothing. So now these young brothers that went to Italy was talking, they get it. They get it. I hope we educated some people tonight, Brother Bomani. You know.
Yes, Carla, I hope we did. That's it. I hope we did. And hopefully you got a chance to share as much as you want. And this is the Late Night Shift family. So if no one else that wants to join, that like it for Carla, I'm gonna play some closeout music or something, and the journey continues.
We'll be back next week. Same color time, same color channel. So same Bomani time, same Bomani channel with the Color Genesis.
Rock on, brother, rock on. Shining bright. Another live with Bomani and Carla. Enjoy the music and enjoy the slideshow.